Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered, which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, friends, neighbors, creatures of the universe, ambassadors for peace. We welcome you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for November 6th, 2022. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and I'm joined with Alex Korik and many other knowledge seekers. Alex will be doing today's presentation. I'll just be in the background, sort of reviewing a few things. We have a few things pulled up for us to enhance our knowledge or to become more enlightened. I played that song Happy before we started the recording, and we should be happy. So many people have lived and passed on this earth, never even touching upon the knowledge that's being shared with us from the Keshe Foundation. So many myths have been perpetrated on the population, but now we're breaking through them with a clearer universal understanding of creation, the reason for our creation, the purpose. And as Mr. Keshe said in one of the previous workshops, the whole purpose of creation is servitude, nothing else. He said, no matter which way you look at it. So we are here to serve and not to be served. And this is one of the main ethos of the Keshe Foundation, is this idea of servitude. And of course, it's quite foreign to many of us because we've been taught to take care of yourself and not worry so much about others. But now we're looking at it almost 180 degrees reversed, where we care and we serve for the others, whether it be the plant, the tree, a universal creature perhaps we may meet, a neighbor. And these cosmic fields, which Mr. Keshe is starting to get into, is going to help us make that connection to each other and to everything. Even though we are connected, there's a deeper connection, I think, that's being developed at the Keshe Foundation, made available to us and every inhabitant, every soul on this planet and in the universe, as I understand it. So thank you again for joining from around the world, different countries, different places. And this is why I think it'll be easy to bring us into this one planet under this understanding and this technology, because we're really all trying to understand the same sort of work. And this will be a beautiful way for us to share and to become closer and know one another better, because it's all based on, let's say, a similar language. Even though it's not a language, it's a universal knowledge that's being shared with us. But when it breaks through, we'll see the closer cooperation, I believe, as the borders come down and the names of certain areas on this planet disappear, and we move into the one planet race, as this is the mission of Mr. Keshe. And not only to bring us into the one planet race as a peaceful civilization, but of course, as we all know, to join in with the universal community. We'll be able to teach them a number of things in the matter state, and they'll be able to teach us many things in the universal knowledge. So we'll have a working relationship, maybe even closer than that. I know he spoke of marriage or other things, even having children. Again, whether they be children or not, we don't exactly know, but they would be an entity, a universal type of entity, as I understand it. So many things going on around the Keshe Foundation. Normally, we will start with the peace treaty. And of course, this is a simple document that anyone can print out from the Keshe Foundation. As I said, a simple document, but yet the world leaders, the religious world leaders, and others throughout the planet that are able to will be signing this document to make it public and to themselves and to the public that this is their ethos, that they have taken up the understanding of peace as we see throughout the universe. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? There aren't any hard words in here, and it's a very simple document. I'm sure most of you have already signed it, perhaps displayed it for others to see. I know, you have read it before. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty for the world?
Hi, it's Diane. Hi.
Oh, hello, Diane. Pleasure to have you here with us.
I'll try reading it.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
it's just a very simple document, which I'm sure you've seen before.
Yeah.
No pressure, and you can add anything to it you'd like. State some of your understanding if you'd like. But
Yeah.
just let's put this forward so that we all become or get on the same page of peace, let's say.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, everybody. I, as citizens of the earth, from the moment, I'm sorry, I gotta get closer.
No
From the
problem.
moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on the planet or in space. And to this, I all agree and swear with my delete as appropriate, nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, body, and souls. And then your name, signature, date, position on behalf of nation, territory, council, religion, or city, town, or individual. And then a place for a witness. Do I need to read it all? Sorry. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know our ethos to fellow men and mankind and other created beauties of creator. Okay, sorry.
No, beautiful.
I get
Thank
nervous.
you very much. I just gave away one of these less than an hour ago. Someone came over to pick up a plant, and since I've been growing these little spider plants with the plasma water, and I've gotten so many babies off of them, I gave this person a plant and explained to them how Mr. Keshe says to put the cup underneath it and allow the water to take up the plant. But I put on the side of it the World Peace Treaty. And I said, this is something for you. And the person said, oh, I definitely will read it later. I said, it's a much bigger understanding than you see in these simple words. So I said, contemplate it if you can. And again, it's between you and your soul. And this is what I explained to the person. And they thanked me. They've probably never seen this document. I don't think many people on the planet have seen this document. But this is the exact document that the world leaders, religious leaders, and so on are going to be endorsing. And that will give us quite a bit of comfort to know that our leaders are pledged to peace. They're pledging their nation to peace. They're working for peace. They're cooperating. And especially at this time in our history where we see weapons being moved around, again, whether this is just talk or whether this is real. Again, sometimes there's a lot of bluffing going on in these, even though they'd never use it. But just to think what could happen, and this is one of the interests the universal community has in this planet, is not to allow it to destroy itself, as apparently many have in the universe due to natural circumstances. But we are in a position where we may end up annihilating ourselves and destroying the nursery or most of the nursery. And Mr. Keshe said, I don't think we're not going to allow the nursery to be destroyed. So again, we encourage the world leaders, religious leaders to lay down your frocks, lay down your weapons, endorse the World Peace Treaty, and allow the whole universe to open up to mankind. I was looking for something else, but I found this earlier today, and I just thought I'd read it. It's only, it'll take about 5 minutes to read this. And again, this is sort of a message for us as well as the leadership, religious political or otherwise industrialists on this planet. So I'll read this. And this came off the Keshe Foundation website, an insight into the future of man on Earth. Up to today, the scientific world has not understood the concept of the conversion of magnetic and gravitational fields into created matter. So in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, they created meaningless phrases such as God particles for these natural processes by which matters are created due to the interaction and the reduced or increased charge of different magnetic fields and gravitational fields, which we call their maglev strength. It is these interactions that make any entities detectable to man according to his physical capacity for sensory and visual perception, which is governed by the maglev strength of the amino acids in human tissue in the Earth environment. By calling the first sign of detectable matter in the plasma of the proton the God particle, these misguided scientists have come up with a misconception like that in earlier centuries when scientists considered the Earth to be the center of the universe. According to these new fantasy principle of theirs, the body of man, the Earth, and the sun can be and are one of these God particles too, as they have manifested themselves in the matter state and are visible and detectable, but on a larger scale of the field and matter contents. What a pity that man has taken so long to learn from his past misunderstandings and mistakes. Man's habit is to get absorbed in his fantasies and promote his mistaken ideas to the point where the topic under study and consideration becomes fascinating for small-minded people of the time. Although eventually, in the course of his scientific endeavors and discoveries, he realizes that his past thoughts were mistaken due to his lack of understanding of his own creation. As man has matured intellectually and advanced technologically in past centuries, this has led him to make records of his environment and the actions of other men, initially on the walls of caves, and then on the skins of animals, then on the canvases and sheets of paper, and in the recent past with voice recordings, and then films or tapes, and more recently on microchips. Thus, man can easily understand that the inhabitants of the universe, who are far more advanced technologically and intellectually than present humans, and have been observers and passers-by of this planet for centuries, have made recordings of events and of all men's actions on this planet over millions of years. And in the future, they will play back all these recordings to the planet's inhabitants. Then the so-called leaders of Earth will realize that observers have been recording the most significant events of this planet and their results over thousands of years for man to see. And they will show to the present generation of man what these so-called men of power on Earth have done for themselves and to and for their fellow men. At the same time, over the centuries, the violent behavior of the human race has been broadcast live across the universe to other creatures who exist there, in the same manner as the news is broadcast across planet Earth nowadays. But the recordings made by these observers of Earth are more detailed and include not just the deeds, but the thoughts that have instigated these misguided actions of so-called men of power. If man knew what has been recorded of his actions in his scientific and humanitarian progress in past centuries by other beings of the universe who have witnessed it, then he would realize that most of his criminal acts of the past have also been recorded by the same intelligent creatures who have passed by this planet and have recorded man's vain, inglorious notions of his insignificant existence. These observers have recorded all man's injustices to other men and all of his fighting to possess meager pieces of land and worthless, earthly, materialistic riches by the use of war and weapons. As scientists observe the life of animals in the jungle without interfering in them, these passengers of the universe have made recordings of how man has destroyed lives and nations by means of war, deception, and theft. They have recorded all the history and natural disasters of this planet, and all these recordings have been played back across the universe for centuries to show how man lives on his little island of Earth in the oceans of the universe. All these recordings are displayed across the universe, showing the violence on this planet, and man is represented as the wild animals of all its creations. I wonder if the leaders of men present and past, and the so-called national rulers and religious leaders ever knew of these recordings of their inhumane deeds, misguided intentions and thoughts, while disguising their actions under different banners, such as imposing world peace and promoting one nation or one religion, and so forth. These leaders of nations and religions will come to be ashamed of their dishonorable and disguised actions and intentions, as their work will soon be played back for all other people of the planet to see. Then these men of deception will be shunned by the rest of humanity, as the recordings of their true intentions are released in due course to the human race. And in time, justice will be done to them for their vulture-like criminal actions disguised as the deeds of a dove. The human race will see what they have inherited through the false action of these men of weak aptitude, whose misguided actions have diverted the course of progress for their race and their souls in all the realm of creation. At the same time, these recordings will reveal and never distort the actions of the true seekers and promoters of peace and unity of Earth within the universal community. Thus, in a short time, man will see the true events of his past actions on this planet as shown to him by the recordings of other creatures of the universe. Thus, what has been shown on man's television screens as violence in different regions of this tiny planet for abuse of color and religion, and his greedy abuse of his fellow man for material gain of the worthless dust of this planet, all has been physically recorded in its true form, and in due course, the leaders of the earth, present and past, will be confronted with physical evidence and have to account for their deeds once these recordings are released for all to see. In fact, most men, like their leaders, show the same greedy behavior as wild animals in the jungle, and they carry out the same misdeeds on other men. Nowadays, the so-called mass media broadcasts this behavior as news of conflict and war on a daily basis, not knowing that the same news of this violent animal behavior is being broadcast across the universe by other intelligences. Similarly, as men of integrity shun violence and violent behavior towards their fellow creatures, and as decent men keep themselves away from drunken and unruly brawls in the streets to show that they have nothing to do with this unacceptable behavior, the universal community has done the same with respect to the human race, and have shunned the human race as the untamed animals of the universe that they have wanted nothing to do with up to now. although they did on certain occasions in the past. This has been the status quo up to now, but this will change from now on with the release of new technology. Thus, in time, when man realizes that all the actions, whether of a normal man or of the so-called leaders of the so-called nations of earth or of religions, have been recorded and broadcast and displayed across the universe as the action of the wild creatures of the universe, the man of wisdom will understand why man considers himself in his simple mind to be the only creation in the universe. That is why the scientific world has been looking in vain for life in the universe, since the rest of the universal community has avoided man due to his animal behavior rather than choosing to make his acquaintance. I wonder how man will change his behavior when he sees what his thoughts or his actions has been recorded by other creatures of the universe. At that point, men of integrity will see how the leaders of the nations of earth have caused so much suffering and betrayed others to gain a meager, worthless pittance. With the present habits of the people of this planet, true leaders will be like gold dust. Then my cry is to be ashamed of being born in the skin of such a creation. This is the cry of the author, and would be the cry of the true men of peace of the present and future of this planet. Shame on men who thought and think that their criminal brainwaves in their empty skulls and the deeds arising from these forsaken criminal thoughts have never been recorded, and who carry on living the same false fancy lives, never suspecting that their record will be open to all sooner than they could imagine. The real history of man will in due course be played live for future generations for all to see by the space travelers of the universe. And then I wonder if dwellers on Earth and their so-called leaders will be proud to be of this race and planet. It is sad to think how long it will take for man to be mature enough in his thoughts, behaviors, and deeds, not only to create a peaceful Earth community, but to be able to join the tranquil community already existing in the universe. So we thought we'd share this. And again, it's a very good document for the world leaders, religious leaders to read. Never realized that the universal community has recorded each action of each person throughout the centuries. But of course, they're billions of years advanced in technology and science. And of course, there'll be no punishment. As Mr. Keshe said, we elevate, we don't punish. So we're in the process of elevating the world leaders so that they walk away on their own from their own criminality, and there will be no punishment. So don't run because you think you're going to be punished. The Keshe Foundation will elevate you to walk away from any of these bad intentions, bad thoughts, or what's been carried on. So we thought we'd just share this, an insight into the future of man on Earth. Any comments? Yes, it's not recorded in heaven. As we said, they're going to open the books. But apparently the universal community has been broadcasting programs from this planet for quite a long time across the universe. And that's one of the reasons why they really don't want to have anything to do with us. As Mr. Keshe said, if you saw a group of lions fighting each other, would you walk up to them and perhaps want to interact with them? We don't think so. And neither does the universal community. But they're all here, again, hiding in the clothes of the matter state, I'd say. I don't want to only say the man, because they're probably hiding in all sorts of different places, and we're interacting with them on a regular basis, even though on our end we're totally unaware of it. We think of the tomato or the tree as just a tree, but it may be part of it is part of the universal community. So we just thought we'd share that. And again, going back to the overview, I'd like to give a sort of a quick overview. And feel free to open your mics. That's one of the reasons everyone has a mic. In many of the meetings we go to, we always don't have mics, and we're all equal. And so anyone can offer what they'd like here, as long as it's within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. I don't think we need to be talking about a sports score or a football game or anything like that, but feel free to join in. Of course, another beautiful workshop. I mean, just looking at this artwork for the background that Rick had made, you can see all these interactions of colors. And Mr. Keshe had directed us to look at these photos of NASA and to see all these different colors. And really, these are gases and ganses in the strength of the magnetic field, as I understand it. And that's what we heard in the disclaimer, wasn't it? I'll just put that up. The information and educational material contained is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. So perhaps, as Mr. Keshe said, this is the play of the universe. This is the way the universe operates in the creation process. Ganses and GANs, cosmic gases. And so we're starting to learn about the cosmic rays or cosmic fields and an interaction with our souls. But let me start off a little bit of an overview of the 457th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and then we'll play a 15-minute clip or so. As we all heard, Mr. Keshe said they had worked in the background for the last year with some group, I don't know who, or with people of prominence and influence on this planet. But the idea was to speed up the release of the technology. And apparently in the background, Mr. Keshe has met with these people a number of times. It wasn't a daily meeting or anything, but over the course of the last 12 months, they thought they could somehow, I don't know exactly what was being done, but in general, they were trying to speed up the release of the technology, which we all want to see. And apparently Mr. Keshe wants to see that as well. But unfortunately, the process was unable to be completed. And the foundation has withdrawn from its side. Mr. Keshe indicated that international pressures were just too much at this time for whatever was planned. I don't know if it was a manufacturing or if it was something getting into the educational end or exactly what happened, but the process is now stopped. And perhaps, as Mr. Keshe said, he brought some of these men over to Linz to see the workings of the operation and the systems there or the machines there. And the people said they understand, but apparently the international pressures were just too much at this moment. And maybe there'll be a reconsideration down the road. I'm sure they would like to be part of it. And as Mr. Keshe said, it cannot be stopped. It can be delayed, but it won't be stopped. And we see enough delay with the what's happened in Belgium and how it was dragged for a number of years. So we'll go back to the teaching. Mr. Keshe said, and again, we gave this example that all of us absorb 80% of our energy from the universe. Mankind is registered with the universe. Only 20% comes from what we physically eat. as I understand it, and what's being taught here. And I always thought 100% of your energy came from the matter state, what you're eating. But now we know that we're linked to the universe. We're absorbing, all of us, each and every one of us, and probably some of the creatures as well, the horizontal people, and we know the vertical people do this. But we're absorbing about 80% of our energy from the universe and only 20% from the matter state. So we're part of the universe. Mr. Keshe said mankind is registered with the universe in these different strength fields that come to us. We have the capacity to understand what our soul has gathered and where we end up. Now, in the past, he said there's no back to the future. But he's saying here that we will have the capacity to see what our future position is in the universe. And that may be just one future position. I know in the past he said you perhaps could change it if you didn't like that. Other things could come in. But anyway, these cosmic rays or cosmic fields will give us a connection to everything and everyone. He indicated that we can just take fields that we see, for example, green, and these are reflected, let's say, from plants or other things, and we can absorb these fields, even though we really weren't aware. These are fields that are given off by an entity. As Alex said in one of the teachings, the blue genes are not blue. They cannot hold the blue, so they reflect it. And it's the same with the plants, apparently. These green fields, these green light fields, you can actually absorb them. And we're going to come to understand more and more, but they are available for us to use. Who would ever thought? But we're come to more and more on understanding this process of creation. It's a progressive understanding, just the same way as what's being developed in Linz. We've seen one system, then we're going to another system. There's 4 systems apparently coming into Linz, which will just be building for the next step. As Mr. Keshe said, there are thousands of steps in this ladder. But we're starting to understand our own creation. It's a progressive learning. And he said we could become that cup where we see the tomato and we become that cup of water. The tomato becomes the orange. And coincidentally, I did ask Herbert about that when he's made food GANs, if he tasted anything or he smelled anything from the food GANs. And the way he's doing it, he said, no, he's never tasted or smelled anything, I believe. So maybe some of that orange comes from your own emotions, creating it. As Mr. Keshe said often, I can give you the fish and chips, but you don't really get the fish and chips. You get the energy of the fish and chips. So this will be the way it is, I think, in the universe. You'll get the energies you need. And so we're learning about this soul interaction of one soul with another. It's a totally new understanding, and we need to understand it, that we are part of the totality. He said you are like the picture in back of book number 3, maybe Alex will show that, about these spiral arms coming out. You are one of these spirals. He talked about the new systems, of course, coming into the flight room. We become travelers of the deep space and travelers on this planet. So depending on where you want to go and what your wish is, I think you'll be able to go there through these cosmetic rays or cosmic rays or cosmic fields. One of the things he noted was, how would you come out of these new systems as a man of peace, a man of culture, a man of the universe? And he's asking, what do I want to be? Apparently, you'll have a choice to change certain things. What would be the future of the soul?
Hi, Mark. It's Diane.
Yes.
I will try and talk slower and calm down.
Oh, no problem. We appreciate the Universal Council being here with us. The
Well, we're
Universal
all
Council
Universal Council,
supporters. Yes.
aren't we? Or supporters, whatever. Okay, it's from the 26th, One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace.
The 26th,
Yeah,
that's some time ago.
February 6th, 2018.
Okay.
Piece of paper that I wrote down. And it was from Jackie. She was saying, and here I go.
Mhm.
Mr. Keshe taught us to master our soul colors because our soul color is the universal communication of our intention and wish for whomever we meet. Mastering my soul color is the key for proper universal communication and is the universal picture of me, which is worth 1,000 written offerings. Okay, that's what I have. Okay, and I wanted to share. Okay,
So
thank you.
what did you take from that about the colors?
Well, it's like I've been trying to think of
I mean, you're an artist, you work with colors.
yeah, the connection like with everybody, like what you just said, like it has something to do with like our soul color.
And it's an
Like,
automatic projection, isn't it?
well, I guess it's I guess that's different than our aura. I'm not too sure because I remember Alex saying
Mhm.
that our aura was like a physical, so it's not our soul color. So I don't know. I got more questions than I have answers.
Don't we all? But we are getting some of the answers that we've been looking for, Mr. Keshe. And it's all in the teachings, but it's just our lack of understanding what he's delivering. I may think it's one thing, you may think it's the other, because we haven't really comprehended that we're part of this totality, but this is coming to us
Yeah, and I
over
guess
time.
that's why we need to share and bounce off of each other because, like
We
what you said,
learn from each other, don't
we're
we?
learning. Hopefully. Okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you.
Right. So
Hello,
you
Mark.
can change. Oh, go ahead. Did someone else open their mic?
Yes, Mark, I just wanted to add to what Diane said.
Sure. We
We've
all
got
have mics. That's why we have mics. This is the interaction in the creation process. If we don't interact, then we're not having as much creation as we could if I think more people, and again, you don't have to interact. I'm not saying you have to or whatever you feel comfortable with, but this interaction is the process of creation. Go ahead, Alex. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So there's a difference between the emission colors and then colors that are in our physical space. And so there is something that I do want to discuss in the future classes, like with respect to the aura and how it fits in. But fundamentally, the aura is an emission of your souls and the soul's actions and intentions. And so this is what the universal community reads.
Right. So if I put a blue shirt on and a blue pants and I want to be blue because that's peaceful or represents this planet, they would see right through that matter state, wouldn't they? And they would actually read the intentions from underneath that blue.
Yeah, that part is actually irrelevant for the purposes of identification. But as we can see in our fashion, you know, colors like red and black have a connotation. And so the black in particular is because it kind of describes a feeling of not wanting to show the emotions for fear of being either ridiculed or being taken advantage of. So that way, by not showing the true colors, if you will, one can just kind of disappear into the background and not be subject to ridicule. But it's a fallacy actually, because the true intentions are not in what you wear or what's on this planet, but transcend those ranges.
Thank you, Alex. Like that.
Thank you, Diane and Alex. And that's what he's saying. What would be the
Hi.
future of our souls? And we can change things. This new energy can make me to be something different, apparently. You can change things. In the coming months, he said, the mobile people who are going to participate in the mobile process will do this and explain. He said, try to be humble and not to become arrogant. I guess when you are explaining this, we're going to connect with these cosmic rays where you feel the trees, the man, you feel what your neighbor is feeling. It says what they feel. You'll feel what the others feel. We become aware of many, many more things. And I think that's enlightenment. Enlightenment just is becoming aware there's a bigger picture. And so when someone said, no, I don't want, they're not being enlightened. They're saying, this is my world, my perfect world. Everything's fine. I don't want to disturb it. I don't want to be aware of anything else. So therefore, I would say they're not becoming enlightened because they're not opening up to all the possibilities and understandings in the universe, which apparently it goes on forever and ever. He's
If I may,
saying,
Mark,
yes,
if I may just interject something else
anytime, all
on
of
the
us,
color
this is
thing.
what we want. Yes.
So, as an artist, if you take the yellow, I think this is correct. If you take the yellow and the blue, you get, and you mix the two together, you get green. I hope I've got that right, Dan. But when you look at your TV screen, the emission terminals are RGB, red, green, blue. There is no yellow, but you do have the green. And very few people can explain that. And actually, I'm not one of them. But all I know is I am aware of the difference with respect to emission and with respect to the physicality of the color. And so there is a transformation that goes through between the perception of color and the manifestation of color. And I think that this has a lot to do with our understanding of outer space as well.
And I thought we were already connected, but I guess we're going to have a deeper connection to the fields of the universe and to everything everywhere. This sounds like we don't even have the capacity for that. Maybe it'll be on an individual basis, but as we know with the fields coming out of the magnet or out of the ice crystal, that these fields go right across the universe. So we're connected, and we're going to be more connected with everything everywhere. It seems like quite a big project for a small person, but we are made in the image of the creator, so we have that. He said these new, go ahead.
I was just going to say, understanding that there is this connection, isn't that encouraging, for all of humanity?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, and
totally.
I'm sorry. I just thought of like GANs, like it's opening up, like the lotus is, we're opening up the connection, like it's getting stronger. Okay.
Exactly.
Yes, he said the fields become part of you. So when you interact apparently with these cosmic rays every time, and he was giving the example of people working on the system, he said, and they're interacting so many hours a day where you just go into the flight system, that team, he indicated, would become part of the universal community faster than we would, because we're not there all the time absorbing. And that's what he said when he said it would be, I believe, a privilege to work in the Keshe Foundation manufacturing.
Well, that's the thing with the McGrath. You got to interact. And that's why we need to like talk to each other and we need to interact. Okay, I'm done.
Yep, the fields become part of you. We receive specific fields in our brain and souls. He equated that to like the dust that lands on your skin. Sometimes we don't notice it, but look to be part of the totality. Do we punish the world leaders, as I just read, or do we elevate them that they walk away from what they're done wrong? Gradually, we become members of the universal community. He said, again, this is where he said, our own team will go through these changes. They walk in. They're, in a way, the front runners, and they're receiving these cosmic rays. Again, cosmic fields, cosmic rays, and this is where he said it would be a privilege to work in the KF manufacturing. You'll see working as a pleasure, not so much an obligation. The new systems. More people benefit, he said, being outside the system than inside the system. Again, that's a little hard to understand, but I guess there's more interactions. He said he had to break this to John in a soft way. And of course, in the future, they're going to mix the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit with the Material Enhancement Unit and create these fields of the cosmos. The flight, the cosmic rays. He said the going into this system will not be a privilege, but it will be a right of everyone to experience this. So there'll be no more privilege, but we all have the right to enjoy the systems that have been created. And no government, no structure will be able to block it. The system's being built for humanity, not the elite. In a few years' time, he indicated we'd need more CO2. Now, wasn't it strange that just within the last year, Mr. Keshe was saying we were going to build structures and we're going to capture some of the CO2, not all of it, but some of it. But he said in the next less than a decade, the planet is going to be short of CO2 now. So we need to learn to work with these cosmic fields. The GANTS combos, the cosmic rays, the cosmic gas. He said to look at the beautiful pictures of what NASA has provided, and they've broken them down into different colors. And I didn't pull any of those pictures up, but many of you have seen those pictures. This is the play of the fields and the ganses and the gases in the magnetic, and this is what we're seeing. This is what he's bringing us to understand. The pictures by NASA, the ganses and the gases. And we're learning how to play in this nursery of knowledge of the universe. There's so much hidden in these workshops, he said, that we need to try to, I don't even know why he has to hide things, because we haven't understood things that aren't hidden, but maybe there's more hidden than not. But he keeps on hiding things. There's so much knowledge in these teachings. This gas in the nano state, he says, is the play of the universe or the play of the cosmic rays. Myself, I'm thinking that will produce the GANs and that will use the cosmic rays to release the gases. And then we'll use those gases. Those will become plasmatic gases rather than matter state CO2 will be creating plasmatic CO2, which he indicated was a soul elevator. But we're going to understand more of this, he said, in the coming time. I think I have a couple more notes here, just like to share with you. And of course, in the near future, as we start to use these systems, we're going to laugh and ponder, why did man make up all these things, like neutrinos and everything, all these different names? We're going to understand much more. He said, we're going to become a spherical man, moving from the wheel to the sphere. And that equals the soul of man, or the plasma of creation. There's no tangibility in this sphere, but it interacts with the fields of the universe. There's a lot of interaction, even though there's no tangibility. And again, he said, it's our obligation to unravel the knowledge hidden in so many workshops to we become these constructive members of the universal community. And this is adding to the next step of knowledge of the universe. You become enlightened. We've got to understand it, and we've got to teach it. He said, we brought you the nano, we brought you the gas reactors, we brought you the GANs, we brought you dynamic GANSes, and we brought you the teaching of the soul. It's all the same, he says. But we get stuck in the windings. We're so physical. We get stuck in the turns and so on and so forth. Where am I supposed to turn it this way or that way? And he's wondering, will the knowledge seekers become wise? Wisdom comes through understanding the knowledge of the cosmic rays. He equated it to when you're making food for children. You mix the ingredients together so your child grows. The cosmic rays are the same. Look at different strengths. Then we understand the totality. Go back to the teachings. He keeps saying, go back to the teachings and start understanding the interaction of fields. And gee, whenever I make a GANS, I'm still looking at the GANSes. I can't see the fields, but I'm quite enamored with the GANSes. And I think, as he said, we're going to learn how to release these GANSes into gases, or perhaps just field interaction with other fields. But I don't think he would have brought us through this making. And of course, we know we can make we can GANS anything. So you'll be able to make the interaction with the cosmic rays and the GANSes. This is what I'm thinking at this point in time. And is that the way that the energy system works, where he has maybe a little bit of GANSes and that's all it takes to interact with a cosmic ray to release a plasmatic gas? But again, he said, at the time when he showed those units, he said, we show you what we did, but we don't teach you how to do it. Now it looks like, again, it's moving very quickly, that we're going to actually be taught how to use these cosmic rays. Again, he said, walk away from the matter state. He's always said that, and start understanding the interaction of fields. Then gradually you'll find the secrets of creation. And he said, when you look into those clouds of gas or into a universe, apparently it has a body, it has a heart, it has a liver, and these gases, GANSes, are part of that. So we need to start teaching the work of the universe, the unicos, the universal community, and move away from this knowledge of man that we think is so important. We're going to look at the creation apparently in the coming time in a totally different way than we're looking at it now. Some will jump into the fields of the universe and the cosmic rays. Gradually, we open the door of knowledge of the universe. And then he went on to talk about how the uranium was in the ground for millions of years. It can cause harm, or it can be an elevator. And until man understood, we could never do anything with the uranium. But the we're going to build these new systems, and man needs to mature to understand this new dimension of cosmic rays interacting with the soul of the man. So he talked about a new dimension in feeding, new dimension in travel, and this satisfying certain needs to be part of one community or another. And he said, we welcome you to the universal community, and also that man is a clever being and will begin to move past the understanding of the universal community. So he said the universal community was a little bit envious of us at this point, or something along that line in a previous place, that we were being gifted this knowledge that they haven't been able to figure out over billions of years. So we should feel very special and very humbled about just being in the presence of this knowledge, because the universal community has been trying to attain this for millions or billions of years. And as Mr. Keshe said, if they understood their soul, they would not be in the craft. They would move the way the Creator moves, through magnetic fields. And this is what we're learning to do. But they'll learn it as well, too, as time goes on. So that was basically the overview. And of course, I didn't go into any of the question and answers, but that was the overview of the 457th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Anyone want to add anything or hear something they'd like to discuss? I do want to go in there and play maybe 15 minutes of what Mr. Keshe had brought to us this past week. And again, I don't know anyone who can keep up with the way this knowledge is being delivered and understood. Maybe with these cosmic rays, we will understand more. He said we would understand more slowly. Okay, let's go to the 457, and then we'll do the Dome of Peace, and then Alex will come in. Anyone, again, is there any questions or comments? Everyone has a microphone, and this is the process of creation, or the interaction of fields. Okay, let's
we need to understand in the coming time, in the process of understanding, we will come to understand we are part of the totality. If you look in the back of the book number 3, you see the way the spiral of the fields come open. You are one of those spirals in that spiral. The others depend on your position, your time, your place. You move the wrong way, they have to move with you or accommodate you for that reason. Now we understand how man will conduct himself, how man will come to understand to be what it is. In the new system, in the new flight enhancement system, which are in development and hopefully soon will be in the flight room in UNO, we will see many of you going to different corners of this universe. We'll become the travelers of deep space. We become the travelers of this planet on this planet. We will achieve what we thought is unachievable. But the most important thing is, how would we come out of these systems and how would we feel? Would we rejoice into what we have become, men of peace, men of wisdom, men of culture of universe, or we try to abuse them because we've seen or we think nobody else has or nobody else could. We will come out with different characters and characteristics out of these systems according to what we want to be. We go to a movie and the movie touches us. We come across another person who we talk to, and their emotion and the knowledge touches, and we change for it. In the dimension of the soul and the behavior and content of the man's life, the new enhancement flight system will bring you that opportunity. What would I be? What would I want to be? What would I like to do now that I am become aware of more capabilities and knowledge within me? What is for us to understand is what would be the future of our soul and what this soul will create in any dimensions. Does not to be need to be physical, does not need to be total energy, does not need to be a combination of both. Is understanding the essence of creation. What would this new energy will make of me to be on this planet, another position in the universe, or as an energy fields traveling the span of the universe? Can I become so transparent, so diverse in energy that the universe is not big enough? I want to be part of the universe. I want to see what's beyond this universe. Some of you, in the coming months, as you go through the enhancement units flight system, as a mobile transmuting from one position to another, will come across this. You have to handle it. You have to understand it and become humble enough to be able to explain the joys of it, not to become arrogant because of it. The enlightenment within these systems comes as you connect with everything, because now you connect to the cosmic rays, not to the fields of this planet, not to the fields of the cells of yourself. Now you feel the tree, you understand what it's trying to tell you. You will feel the man next to you, the dog walking across the street, another being on the top of another mountain which is in trouble in the dimension of physicality, and that the strength of field of the soul reaches you and you understand it needs help. We become aware of many things, not necessarily only limited to the life on this planet. The way we feel a plant, we'll feel another stranger on another universe, another dimension in another galaxy. We connect through the fields of the universe. Now you understand, when many of you went through the enhancement unit flight simulation, you went to places, but you said, I couldn't explain. Many of you came out of the system and you said, I couldn't explain, I cannot explain. It just happened. Something, there were strange characters. I was part of them, just I was home. What did you bring from that home? Did part of the fields of the universe in a cosmic rays came from them that has become part of you? That you get that connection to be there and you see yourself to be part of them. We receive, like the speck of dust we receive on our skin, we receive specks of fields of the cosmos through cosmic rays within our brain, within our cell of the what we call the soul of us. Now we understand Mankind needs to look beyond his dimension of his skin. Mankind needs to look beyond the dimension of this planet. Mankind needs to look to be part of the totality. As we said, do we need to bring the world leaders to be punished for what they've done wrong? Or do we elevate that they walk away from what they've done wrong? Do we go to another dimension to reach them? We try to do this through the Universal Council, that they can reach the soul of the language to understand the culture of. Now, gradually, as you become universal members, you become members of this universal community, it's not anymore to care about your next door neighbor or to care about somebody you know. You care about everything which exists in this universe. But in time, man needs time to understand the new opportunity, the new dimension man has been given. In the coming days and weeks, as we develop these technologies, we'll see our own team will go through these changes because they're in it. It's not that it's built and it's just brought in and when it comes in that room, it starts working. We see the change of knowledge. We see the change of understanding in the Keshe Foundation manufacturing team because now they're in it. They walk in it, they walk out with, is within their structure, and they gradually become members of the universal community. Because now they are the front runners of receiving the cosmic rays, are joining the cosmic rays, are being part of and becoming aware of what's happening. Because when it's finished, it comes to Uno Center. But to build it, it needs for them, like you will spend maybe half an hour, they spend a whole day in these systems, operating, working, and then you will see them. They'll become knowledgeable in the science of the universe much faster than you who spend a half an hour in it. As I said, it'll become a privilege to work in the factories of the Keshe Foundation because you work in the dimension of the universal cosmic rays, because you're putting the system together. It's like a conveyor belt in producing a car. But this time, this car is not just the door, the wing, and the chair. It's the total environment which creates inside and outside. And then you understand how mankind will see working as a pleasure and not as obligation. What would you like to be? And in what level would you see to be? How much would you rely on what you receive? Would we look for these places where you will see the manufacturing part of this system as shining hills in the distance? You know, this is where the cosmic rays, the systems to develop it has developed. And they are putting it together for the others. As we announce the new production of the new systems, even every enhancement system, the new enhancement system will carry this benefit, carry this technology. When I was discussing with John regarding the 12 unit enhancement units in Arizona, I explained this in a very soft way to him, that more people benefit by sitting outside the system than inside the system, that as different fields of them interact, will benefit more by it. In a way, we'll buy this system and put in them and running them, that we benefit by what's outside, not what is inside. Then you understand in the future, we'll mix the enhancement unit for what we call the body and the material, that in that enhancement unit of body and material will create the fields of the cosmos that the man needs for life in space. In a way, the knowledge is complete. In a way, if you understand, now is how we manipulate it. In a way, where do we go to see this and how we enjoy the beauty of the creation? Very soon, very, very soon, many of you will walk into these places. Going through the new flight system cosmic way is not a privilege, is a right. And this, as the system develops, will be reaching that. There shall be no government or no structure which can block it, because it's built by the people, for the citizens of this universe, and not for elite. As I said to the Crown Prince, he said, I want the unit for myself. I said, Your Excellency, Your Majesty, it's impossible. I built the system for humanity. You cannot have that on your own. It cannot be done, because then we become privileged, where we have all to be equal. We have to understand the new enhancement systems, which is coming into operation, and you will see the first, what we call cycle of them, appearing in the UNO Center in coming weeks, will become what we call the basis, the foundation for what is to come. Do we need to burn fuel where we can use the fields of the universe without the fuel? I was with some very powerful people this afternoon as part of our negotiation. And as we were going through the UNO Center, through the systems, I explained to them, do you know what is the biggest worry? If we go through these systems, the problem at the moment is global warming. My fear in a few years' time is we need to produce more CO2 just to get to the balance of what we actually need on this planet. What we destroyed, what we produced over centuries, past centuries, especially by burning fuel, the way we propose to convert soon, in less than a decade, will be short of CO2. What are we going to do? Then what are the calamities which we have to face? Or do we learn from now on to work with the cosmic rays and cosmic fields, understanding the operation of the gases and the gases, and understanding within the gases combination, we can create the gases. Maybe none of you ever understood, but just took it as it was. Gas in nano state. Cosmic ray. Cosmic gas. Understanding of the totality of the fields of the creation. As I said to our friends in past few days, when you look into the beautiful pictures produced by NASA, where you see these colorful explosions and colorful galaxies being there, where do these colorfulness come from? From the gases in the state of the GANs created by the interaction of the fields of the elements of that galaxy. When you look with your telescopes, with your most sophisticated systems into the depth of the universe, and you see different colors, these are gases in nano state within the magnetic field of the universe. Now man, for the first time, can understand what he's dealing with and has the capability to produce them. We brought it to you on the banner of the gas that you can burn, but it was hidden within the knowledge. This is the beginning of the work of the cosmic rays. I have to play the game as the children only understand how to play in the nursery and are not educated to understand the knowledge of the university. University of Knowledge of the Universe is what is on the table. What will man and mankind will graduate out of this university where he has just entered as the toddler in the nursery of the knowledge of the universe?
Okay, there's so much more to play, but I think we'll stop it there. You can always go back and review it. But again, we're just toddlers in the nursery of the knowledge of the universe, but we're growing as toddlers do. Before you know it, they're ready for the university. If you have the funds to send them, of course, these days, maybe sending someone to a university and accumulating such debt is not the way to go. But these cosmic rays, this interaction, I just really feel strongly will continue to produce the GANs or produce the fields, these gases with the interaction of the fields. Again, I don't know what's in store, but we're being shown, we're being taught, and we'll be able to do it as well. So we heard Mr. Keshe say in the past that we're going to collect the CO2. That was no more than maybe a year ago. Now it looks like within a decade or less, we'll be short of the CO2, but we'll have that knowledge by then to add to the CO2, and the planet needs the CO2 as I understand it. The plants and everything else, and probably a lot more interactions that I'm not fully aware of. He said the universe will not be big enough for you once you start expanding, apparently. Gosh, this universe that we're in, or this galaxy, God, even the galaxy seems big enough, being these light years ahead, but of course across, maybe 100 light years or more across. But apparently those spaces will seem rather narrow or short to us in the coming time, that we're going to want to understand and learn more. Maybe we'll absorb the knowledges of this particular universe and say, I want more. But it just seems phenomenal that you would come to the conclusion that this universe is not big enough. I want to see more, understand more. But this is the process we're in. We're being guided by a master who's done this for millions of years around the universe. As he said, it can't be blocked and it can't be stopped. It might be delayed, but it will not be stopped. Anyone else want to make a comment about what you've just heard? Anything touch you that you'd like to share? No one's wrong, so feel free, and no one's 100% right either. And we're not going to grade you. As Mr. Keshe said, when you come to Linz, we don't look at your physicality. We don't look at your level of knowledge. We look at what your soul has brought or can contribute to the system, as I understand it. Okay, if there are no comments, we will go to our Dome of Peace before Alex comes on. And of course, at 9 p.m. every day, the Universal Council, Myrnas, has taken it upon themselves to do this. They're not gathering in a Zoom room or anything, but they're creating the Dome of Peace just where they are, an elevation of the world leaders, religious leaders, and so on and so forth. So every day at 9 p.m. CET, since we're in the winter time, it's gone from CEST to CET. You can take part in that, and depending on where you are, you just have to calculate out your time that relates to 9 p.m. CET. No Zoom room, just your soul and interaction, connection with the others. And of course, the Brazilian team is doing this every Wednesday, and they have, I think it's at 6 p.m. CET, And they're also doing their daily intentions at 2 a.m., I believe, CET time. So you're free to join that as well. But if you're working, if you have free time, and I think the soul can multitask, so you can still be working and still join in this process and add whatever fields you can add to it. Okay, so let's go to our Dome of Peace. And I know when he talked about the energy systems that we'd be releasing this plasmatic gas that would seep into the home and then into the yard where you're living, down the street, the neighborhood, the city, and so on. And he said it wouldn't take many of these units, hundreds of them perhaps, I don't exactly know, to bring this elevation. Apparently these gases in the plasmatic state has a much different effect than we see CO2, as we understand, could bring death. But with the plasmatic CO2, it brings life. So we're going to learn how to work with the cosmic rays and the ganses, similar to what you see in these pictures that NASA has offered to the public, let's say. But anyway, we're continuing on every Sunday with the spraying of the plasma water to create a permanent peaceful condition. And maybe, I always imagine these little ganses glowing at some point. Although you couldn't pick them up, you would see the glow where they've been sprayed. So maybe in interaction with these cosmic rays, somehow it would energize them to see this sort of a soft glow, maybe on the lawn, maybe on the street. And you would know that the GANS was left there by someone. Just a thought of mine. But perhaps we'll see. He said it was an interconnection between the wellness centers, and I think we're going to be, in a way, the wellness centers, although they will be made physically, I believe, as we see in Italy, we see it in Germany, Uruguay, there'll be other places, John in Arizona, and so on. And they'll all be connected through this physical spraying of the GANs. And as Mr. Keshe said, this is a way, and said it rather jokingly, sort of laughed. He said, this is the way you take over a planet. So let's hear our Dome of Peace.
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So we're learning to do it here. And my hunch is that we will take this knowledge into space and do the same thing. It's all about serving, but he said there are many planets that are in their infancy, the way we were millions of years or hundreds of thousands of years ago when we started to learn how to hunt, discovered fire, and so on and so forth. So I think, in a way, some of us perhaps will be going in the universe and doing the same sort of work as and replicate this work. We say the universe doesn't copy. I say it copies a lot, but we're going to be replicating this process, give or take. There'll probably be a little bit of changes depending on the environment and what it has, but more or less, the same sort of work Mr. Keshe is doing here. And apparently the creation does need some correction. And as he said in the past, you think the creator doesn't make mistakes? It's called mankind. So he's here to put it right, teach us, go out in the universe and share that same understanding, the same process, similar process, and bring them into the family of the universal community. This is just my understanding. Now we're going to go to the second step, which we're learning now to use our soul and expand the fields of our soul to do the similar thing that the Gans waters are doing, but in a field level. And you can see the progression, matter state to the level, we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. So it's a progressive knowledge. But as he said, he had to start teaching the youth because we're so physical. He had to start teaching the UFO understanding and building those ships first before we moved on to the next level or another level, which is the understanding of the soul and its expansion.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.K. Keshe. Thank you. If anybody wants to add.
Would anyone like to add to that, as Shweta said? And again, it won't be just once a week. We can do it all the time. And you don't always think of it all the time, but if you ask your soul, it can be working in that process while you're doing other sorts of work in the matter state. So we're starting to work more with the soul and understand its unlimited capabilities. So we're going to take 5 minutes. Anyone want to add anything at this point to this understanding? I think I've got to back it up to around here. Oops. There. So let us, since we're gathered here together and we're united in a peaceful condition, let's take the 5 minutes and use this. And again, we may become more effective when we start using these cosmic rays. And I think we're going to be using them in multiple processes. And he said they're already interacting with you. So I think the understanding of the cosmic rays will help achieve this condition maybe in a faster way. As he said, we tried to speed up the release of the technology and perhaps elevating the leaders. And again, there's no punishment in the Keshe Foundation. As Jacko, I think he made a t-shirt or a sign where it says, "Don't hesitate, elevate," which is very nice. I know Rick sort of like that. I like that as well. So let's take our 5 minutes. And again, many of you think prayer doesn't work, or you actually have to be out there protesting or holding signs, writing letters, sending emails. That's all the wrong way of going about the change, because we'll never really reach the leaders in that sort of shape and form. It will all be sort of the gatekeepers will interfere and so on in the world leaders. But now we know we can directly touch them, make them think about it. That's one of the reasons I read that earlier on what Mr. Keshe said about the future of humanity, that beautiful paper. And hopefully the world leaders, and some of them are actually watching the Knowledge Seekers Workshop and may periodically tune into this program as well. That everything is recorded. The universal community has made a full documentation of the events and deeds of leaders and individuals on this planet for as long as they've been there. And they've shared those things. And apparently they may be shared in the future. So it's not heaven that's going to open the books. It's your own soul will judge you, as Mr. Keshe has reminded us. So let's take our 5 minutes of silence and bring this elevation to all of those who you sense are in need. As he said, with these cosmic rays, we're going to be fully aware of what the tree is saying or needing, our neighbors are needing, perhaps someone in a distant universe needs something, and we can reach them through the fields of our soul for that, whatever they need. So let us take 5 minutes. I almost started this instead of the timer. Okay, great. Let's take our 5 minutes and do our work on the energy level. Thank you all for participating and giving from your souls. And even though we haven't seen any major results yet in the matter state, working on this energy level is much more effective, as I said, than working in the matter state. So we are touching the Pope, we are touching President Putin, we are touching the leader in Italy, Meloni, as well as King Charles III, and you can add whoever you'd like. And again, it's a very easy and effective way to work. And this is what the Universal Council is learning as well. And collectively, we are much stronger, Mr. Keshe. We need to do it collectively. And each one of us contains different fields or different strengths of fields that you may contain that particular field that's needed. And so don't doubt that you're being effective, as he said with the cosmic rays. Same thing. Okay, we want to welcome Alex coming in. Does this mean you don't want me to play the disclaimer? I see you've taken the screen, Alex.
I forgot about that.
That's okay.
Stop sharing.
That's okay. I thought maybe we can move forward, or maybe I would just play the audio of it, but let me take the screen real quick. Anyone have anything they'd like to share? Okay. And adjust the volume. Thank you, Elias, for putting this together for me. I really appreciate it. And
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now let's welcome Alex from Canada, who'll be doing today's teaching. Or is this a sermon, Alex? What do you have for us today?
Oh, no, it's a teaching.
You're not preaching, you're teaching.
I have nothing to preach.
Great.
Would you just confirm audio-visual okie
Perfect.
dokie?
Perfect.
Oh, it's even better.
Just like your soul, our souls.
Our souls are perfect, and that's a very strong statement, and it's based on proof of concept. And so this is it, and I want to welcome everybody to the North American teachings, and it's a very valuable Sunday afternoon on this planet, and I want to welcome not only the North American contingent, but the rest of the community worldwide in what makes this meeting so very, very powerful. And I'm very honored to be able to be allowed to present as part of the works of Baron Tabakoli Keshe. We're talking about plasma science, and as such, this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are at the intermediate Earth space level. The topic is geology, My name is Alexander. I am from Canada, and it's already November the 6th, 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we have gone through a lot of basic teachings. We're now following a path of intermediate teachings. And we went through teaching, understanding, knowing, insight, and now we're in the intermediate earth space teachings. This is all part of our learning about outer space. And in order to understand outer space, we really have to understand our space. And our immediate space is actually earth space. And so we've delved a little deeper, and digging deeper is the call today. We went very deep in the magnosphere, and we brought the magnosphere up via volcanoes, and now we're looking at the geology again. And this is all part of our search for outer space. But, all we want is that little bit of pie in the sky there, which is that little tiny red dot in the right-hand corner of man's universe. But that little tiny red dot there represents Earth space, and we just want a little piece of that pie. But as we learn about the plasma science, we see that the universal order of creation of matters, where all the matters are coming together as part of the source. And this is how the origin of the universe is created, as we see in book number 3. And there's a link between the creation of matters and the origin of the universe. And that link is the structure of light as described in book number 2. And so these 3 books together, regardless of which order they go into, is really what is the backbone of our existence. And so we're all looking for that purpose for our existence. And the problem is it's just a phantom, because, as you know, a phantom is something that's apparent to the senses. So we know it's there, but there's no substantial existence to that. And when we say substantial existence, what does that mean? Something that we can touch and feel and hold on to. But hope is something that you can hold on to as well. And satellites are somehow hanging on to that pie in the sky, and then sometimes satellites become spaceships. So are we already dream satellites, or are we already dream spaceships? And then we find that there are different dimensions. And the question then becomes, which dimension is the reality dimension? And so as miners of the universe, we have to dig deep. And we sometimes come up with something that is shocking. And that is our reality dimension. And we find that outer space is not a place, but outer space is rather a method of energy transfer. And as we all know, that energy is emotion, and this is how the universe was created. It exists in energy, and that energy always has a charge because it's always in motion. If it wasn't in motion, then the energy would simply be positive. But all things work in combination, and that's why the universe exists. And if that's how the universe is created, then we have a problem in our understanding. Because when we see the universal order of creation of matters, we find 3 different energy levels coming together in a field, as described in book number 1, and you see on the cover of what we're talking about there. And that field is within the near reference of sun space. And within that sun space, we had some choices. And the choice we picked is that sentimental favorite we call Earth space. But where is Earth space? And so we have to create some boundaries, and we say, well, there's Venus and there's Mars, and we know that's there because they have their own orbit, and we're in between those 2 orbits, and there's a certain position in between those 2 orbits, And that position is determined by field strength. So what we determine as what the Earth space is determined by our neighbors. So we say, well, we're not Venus and we're not Mars. So this is us somewhere in between. And wherever that is determined by the field strength. And on that field is our space, because that's everything is what's important. It's our point of view, our Earth space, right? Our position on the Earth space. And then how do we get to Earth space? Well, we have our man space. And so when we look at our man space and we find that we have two souls, two emotions, and two physicalities, and this is what's really important, is the man space, right? Because that's how we manifested. But that doesn't really answer the question how it manifested. All what it says is that this is the construct of our man space, and as such, when we look at geology, which is today's subject, it discusses the construct of the Earth space. And in physical science, this is limited to the study of the Earth's crust. And so when we look at that, we classify things. So some of the things we classify are the types of formations and the types of rocks. But the main purpose of geology, of course, is to search for elements for mining. And mining in the physicality is different from the kind of mining we do in the plasma science. And so if we define plasma, we say that plasma is a kind of energy state, and there are different kinds of energy states. And so we want to understand how this plasma is working with the Earth space. And so we've discussed our inner space to find that key to the gateway to outer space. And since it involves us, it's pretty important. And a lot of people are not seeing the significance. And a lot of people are not seeing the value. And value and significance are not synonyms, but they're both important. And it's important to understand that. And if that's not important, then nothing's important, really. What becomes important is for us to understand the rules. And I repeat this because they come into play every single time we look at the plasma situation. And we see that the energy states increase by at least an order of magnitude, but they also decrease. So therefore, there are higher energy states and lower energy states. It's the higher ones that feed the lower ones. And so these changes in energy state, they are manifested through what we call natural creation or natural decay. But there's another kind of transfer of energy, which is something that is relatively new for us. We're all familiar with catalytic converters, but in the physical state. But souls can be catalytic converters, which means they're non-consuming. They give and take energy without going through an energy state change. And by being in this elevated state, being in a higher plasma state, then the transfer rate is also higher. And it is also higher by many orders of magnitude. And so the two fundamental characteristics of plasma, one is that it absorbs fields, and it needs to absorb fields to create a field. But in order to determine a field, it has to also be a barrier of fields. So in other words, it has to discriminate. But it has to discriminate in a context of creation. Because there's a third characteristic, and that is the plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. And so what we're going to expose greater today because we're in the intermediate teachings is how important the ethos of the universe really is. Because when we're looking at coming to Earth and targeting our Earth, there are various ranges on Earth. And these ranges transcend from the magnetical boundary to the gravitational boundary. And because the moon space is a satellite of the Earth space, and because this moon space is beyond the magnetosphere, we find that the moon space is actually the magnetical boundary. Even though the magnetosphere is part of the atmosphere. And then from the atmosphere, we come down to the crust, and it is within the range of the crust, well, which also includes the crust and the water. This becomes part of our biosphere range. And so that's where man space has decided to reside. But we find that there is a magmasphere below the crust, and then in that is the core. And so these are the various transition ranges on Earth space. And each of these is based on density. So density plays a big factor in the physicality. But there's a substructure of the plasma. And so when we look at the fundamental principle of the twinity, we see that the plasma of the electron is dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields which are transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton. The two together form a marriage, which we call an atom. Now, the interesting thing is, this is a maggrav. And within the maggrav, each one is a maggrav. So maggrav is a balance between the magnetical and gravitational fields. So if you look at a maggrav of an electron, we see that there's a antimatter, dark matter, and matter, plasma matter, that is. And this is also the construct of the PM-TICs. And then we find that the gravitational aspect, being an atom, which is the fundamental construct of an element, is a combination of two, the electron and the proton. And so to create the atom, we create the rays. A maggrav is a balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. And when I look at the electron and the proton, I find that the proton is 1,849 times bigger. I do not see the balance. So how is that possible? So we find that the neutron, which is the initial fundamental plasma, through the decay, breaks down into these PM-TICs and atoms. And they have the characteristics of the neutron, except for the mass, and except for the way they function. But there's a relationship. And so it is to understand this particular relationship that we have to understand the launch dimensions. But what we're talking about today is the arrival dimensions, the absorption of the rays. So when we're looking at the reference points and we see how the rays are created, and we also understand how the rays are emitted. So the rays can be emitted out of the y-axis and they're absorbed through the z-axis. And this is all done at light speed. And now we found out that there are different speeds of light. And then there are some bonding characteristics which we can't see. And these bonding characteristics represent the covalent bond dimension, which is the bond between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum. And so that, in fact, becomes the reality dimension, because that is the dimension that allows us to pass between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum. That allows us, because we're allowed, doesn't mean we follow through. So this is only one aspect of the reality dimension. What causes us to be able to transcend these reality dimensions? It's these energy feeding packs, which we call PM ticks. And they come in different flavors. And they dilute together when they have a common denominator. And the way they come together is determined by the gradient charge of the atmosphere in which they are coming together with. And so before we get into the physicality of the life, we have to get into the aminogen plasma life, which is bringing us the variety of composite plasma charges, which gives us the spice of life. And so what we're trying to learn is how this relates to the dream energy of the spirit and the default soul pack, which follows the same pattern as the energy feeding packs. And this follows the basic plasma feeding rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So this is not something that we need to constantly be reminding ourselves of. We have to advance beyond that. It's just a matter of adopting that as your way of life and understanding the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. It becomes automatic, because that is fundamental to the magnetical plasma field forces, which are attraction and repulsion, which we call gravitational and magnetical, which are basically a feeding force and a feedback force. And you need this feedback force to tell you how much to feed and when to feed. And so as we feed ourselves, we have the convergence of the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. And it converts itself into a plasmogen. Non-differentiated. We don't know what it is. All what we know is that it's constituted from PM6 magnetical feeding, and it makes a destination in a gravitational convergence, which we call a maglev. And as such, we can't see it. And so that is on its own grounds. But it has to work in combination with something else. And that's something else that we've chosen as Earth space. And so we have a feedback to this Earth space. And that feedback is the field interaction known as inertia. And within all of these energy transfers, we can turn it on and turn it off. This is important. We can increase or decrease the strength. And this too is important. And we can enhance or diminish to change the position. And so we have choices. And we make these choices as if we're the last man standing. This is not a choice that we can just defer to someone. We make these choices. So we have that responsibility. That is our purpose. Our purpose is to make responsible choices. And so we decide how much to feed, how strong to feed, and what position So we look at the scientific community, and they have a responsibility to balance this also. And we look at the spiritual community, and they have a responsibility. What we're trying to do is bring these two together and add to the knowledge. So what's in dispute is the rate of change. And the rate of change is dependent on our understanding this relationship and our automatic acceptance of the higher strength feeds the weaker strength rule. And so we're always looking at two forces coming together, because this is how the universal harvesting is done. And in that process, it's self-enhancing. And it creates a maggraph. So the PM ticks that traveling through the universe create a maggraph. So man has, through various ways, decided to be a self-consumer. And we say self-consumer, how is a self-consumer consuming himself when he's consuming others? And that's the point. Loose harvesting is a self-consumption at the expense of others. And the reason for it, of course, is we are already in a lower state of energy, and now we're drawing energy from an even lower state of energy, whereas the universal energy is bountiful. And so we see that these forces, when they come together, can create different conditions. And many people don't care if it's a flash or it's a glow or it's just plain glitters. The big thing is it profitable. And we discussed that before. We discussed that in the business school of bankruptcy, where one man's garbage is another man's gold. But as we can see, one man's gold can be traded for garbage, because value on this planet is measured by money, not by worth. And if that sounds confusing, one needs to really shake your head when you look at the largest mine in the world here in Canada was sold to a Brazilian consortium for money. The largest mine in the world sold for money. Some people don't know what's worth. So how was this mine created? And if we look in the past, we see that the Earth wasn't at the same distance from the sun as it is now. And if the Earth wasn't the same, well, neither was Jupiter or Saturn. And so they were farther away. And what is interesting is that you see a graduation from a gaseous planet on the outer perimeter, on the outer orbits, to liquid, to solid. And we on Earth space have all three. How cool is that? So what we're looking at geologically are just the residues. And this is the problem. When we see the striations, these refer to grooves and scratches in the rocks, which kind of tell us what has been going on in the past. It's like leaving tracks. But that's not that important. And then we look at layered sedimentary rock. And so sediments build up. But if you look at the weather patterns, so for instance, if you're looking at sand, and sand can blow in the wind. So that sediment can move. So when we're talking about sediments, we're talking about deposits left by water. So the water protects the sediment from the wind. And it comes in layers and gets hard. And so this becomes a deposit, which becomes rigid, solid. And then, of course, sometimes we see fossils. I think at this point in time, we need to understand what fossils are. And fossils are artifacts in these deposits, and they're not fuel. The only thing fossil about fossil fuels are the old scientists who believe in fossil fuels. But what I want to talk about is geological strata, because we have this fallacy about the mining industry. We mine the Earth's resources. But mining of the Earth's resources is really just another word for the plunder of the Earth's resources. Because we're not creating the Earth's resources, we're just taking the Earth's resources. And to compound that problem, there's no ecosystemic consideration. So when we refer to the mining industry, that's not the mining of the Earth's resources. Piracy and plunder is not an industry. The mining support industry is the study of geology, the education that goes along with it, the labor part of the mining industry, the equipment that's being made, and of course the finance to make it and the speculation on it. And then of course from there comes the trade. That's the mining industry. But we don't see it that way. And so when we extract these elements, we find that not all elements are in the same group, but there are elements within the groups. So for instance, copper, silver, and gold are in the same group. But zinc is in a different group. Iron is in a different group. And so one group, but this is not an element, is oil. And so we have oil refining. And not all oils have the same characteristics. And the primary oils that I'm referring to are the fuel oils. And so we find that they have different purposes, everything ranging from heating oil to diesel oil to car fuel to synthetics, plastics. Different oils have different characteristics and have different purposes, so they need refining. So just to review what pressure does, if you apply pressure to a solid, it gets crushed. If you apply pressure to a liquid, it becomes hydraulic. And if you apply pressure to a gas, it becomes compressed. And so when you take these geological strata, and you can see in the picture the horizontal strata, so it's parallel to the Earth's crust. But then you have angular strata, and that becomes the evidence of an uplifting. And last week we talked about volcanoes. And so when you're uplifting, you're putting a pressure on the solid strata. And so this geological strata is a solid, which means at some point in time, it was a liquid. And so the magmasphere is putting pressure at a particular point for a reason. And so it's pushing up the crust at that particular point. And if it pushes it too hard, it becomes a volcano and will actually erupt. So we can get a shift in this geological strata with or without the eruption of the volcano. But in both cases, it involves a pressure on the solid. And I found this most pronounced when I was traveling on Vancouver Island in Canada, and I seen the geological strata of the Rocky Mountains. And clearly, they were pushed up against, they say between a rock and a hard place. Yeah, the mountains were pushed up. And so that's how they were created. And along the Rocky Mountain Ridge, there are some volcanoes in certain places. And it's interesting, there's another place on Earth in the Himalayan mountains where they have similar experiences. And what they discovered was fossils from sea creatures in the upper plateaus. How does that happen? There has to be an uplifting. What causes this pressure? So we have evidence. And I would just like to digress for a moment because I'm going to bring it up later in other teachings. Because the Lost Book of Enki, and I can't comment on anything other than what I read in the book, because it's supposedly an advanced alien race, the Anunnaki, with the leader Anu and his two sons Enlil and Enki. They come from the planet Nibiru. And as responsible governors of that planet, they depleted it of gold. I'm being sarcastic. And so they came to Earth and they mined the Earth from gold. And so the premise, and so this is one of the overriding storylines, they mined the Earth for gold and shipped it out. And it is through their, shall we say, disagreements between the two brothers, we see the nuclear evidence at the pyramids of Egypt. And so timeline-wise, this supposed advanced alien race came after the building of the pyramids. And so we know that the pyramids were built at the time of Leo because of the Sphinx monument that demarks it. And what's important is that if they were mining gold, then how does that make them an advanced alien race? And if they were shipping it out, they were shipping it out physically. How does it make them an advanced alien race? And so if they were using nuclear at the pyramids of Egypt, and they were using it for settling disputes, how does that make them an advanced alien race? So this was just one storyline. But so I found that that is not the main storyline that I was interested in. And as I say, we'll talk about that when we get into outer space. But for the purposes of mining, we find that there's a misconception as to how elements are created. And so there's a carryover with respect to the importance of gold. And it's one of the reasons that gold is so valuable. And of course, we don't understand how gold is made. We just look for gold. And so sometimes we have some crazy things like a volcanic pool theory where we're searching for gold in the volcanoes. And of course, we want to know if there's gold in our geology. We run core samples. So we'll actually drill down and extract the core sample so that we can examine if there is gold in that sample. And if there's not enough gold for our satisfaction, then ironically, the word used for deceiving the buyers of the sample, we salt. We salt the sample. So to actually, we salt it with gold so that the value of the sample is greater. It's a neat trick, but what I'm really noting is the word salting, because when we create the GANs, we create it in a salty environment. So the truth of the matter is, as we discussed last week, is the volcano produces hot sulfur, and this hot sulfur comes from the magma chamber. So, this is part of sulfur mining. So can't be confused with gold mining. And there's hot lava and volcanic ash and gases also escape from the magma chamber, which, all have different characteristics. But the most important one for mining purposes is we care about is the sulfur. So that's just one element on the periodic table of elements. But why it's important is because of its affinity to oxygen. And we'll talk about that more in the advanced stages as well. But what I want to talk about is gold, because gold is in the same category as copper in terms of grouping, and silver is in that grouping as well. And so the funny thing here is that when we're looking at natural resources on this planet, we find that there are different resources. So we find there's copper in Chile and there's gold in the Far East. Well, copper and gold are in the same class, same group. And then there's oil, and oil is not an element, it's a compound. And not all oils are the same. So it seems that the most desirable oil, and that depends on your viewpoint, is in the Middle East. But there's oil all around the world, and that oil has different characteristics. So what is the reason for this? And that is never discussed in the mining community. The only thing that's discussed is see if you can find it, and if you can find it, then let's dig it up. The difference with the plasma science is that we have the capability of deciding what we create. And so what we're looking at is the plasma in the inner space and the plasma in the core space, and the two coming together to create the physical plasma, which we say is GANs. And so when we look at the physicality of the glass, but it's transparent, and then we see the GANs inside the glass, and we look at the water inside there as well, and it too is transparent. And then we look at the hole in the GANs, and it too is transparent. So, all of this is transparent, but what we can't see is what is causing all of this to happen. All what we're seeing is the feedback. What we have to recognize is this feedback is a feeding byproduct, because the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, and the physicality is the lowest strength. So all of this we were able to do in our biosphere dimension. And that includes the earth space and the man space. And in addition to that, we have the capability of creating CO2 GANs, calcium GANs, zinc GANs, copper GANs, amino acid GANs, and water GANs. and a Gans of every element on the periodic table of elements, because we have the cup of inertia, which is the plasma field of interaction with the cup of the earth, which is represented by all the elements on the periodic table of elements. And the thing about these elements is that they're elementary. And the thing about the plasma is it's a compound. And we say all things work in combination. And so when we look at the elements, they're all solid. They all work individually. And that's not how the cups work. The cups all work together. So we have the cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, the cup of the physicality, the cup of inertia, and the cup of earth. And they all work together, and primarily in three categories. So the cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, and the cup of the physicality, that represents man space. And man space is man space on earth space. And so the action between and all of these cups are feeding dimensions, because they're all in a higher state than the physicality. But they came from somewhere, didn't they? Because they're of a lower energy state, because they're also the feedback. So there's another feeding dimension, a plasma feeding dimension. And so this becomes very dramatic when we're looking at the creation of the earth, because what we're seeing is that the creation of the earth is coming from the fields coming together. Two fields coming together, at least two fields coming together and creating binding energy paths. So where the energy is attracted and absorbed gravitationally. But in order to exist, because energy is always in motion, we also have to emit this energy. So it's done magnetically through repulsion. And so to maintain this maggrav position, we have to have this binding and this elevating energy motion. So anytime that we're looking at an element, it goes through the same thing. So it has a manifestation point within this earth space field. And as such, it has to have a feeding radiance that goes out from the inner space. And in order to maintain that maggrav position, it has to have a feedback radiance. Is the feeding radiance and the feedback radiance of the same field strength? If it was strong enough to be released magnetically, didn't something have to change for it to be attracted gravitationally? Didn't something have to change other than the fact that we have a north pole and a south pole on the maggrav point? Because what we're talking about is the plasmatic manifestation and how it affects the physical manifestation. So the physical manifestation obviously is getting changed by the emission and absorption spectrum. Therefore, the plasmatic manifestation must be affected the same way. But this is not a static situation. This is a very dynamic situation insofar as it is moving constantly. And it is moving at light speed. And so we have the energy transitioning vertically, going through the North Pole, coming in at the South Pole. But this field is rotating, so we have a horizontal transmission as well. And if this is the only way that we had a dynamic plasma relationship, this does not answer the question as to how we have so many elements on the periodic table of elements. And as such, it doesn't answer the question, how come we have so many different gases? And how come we have such a diversity in the biosphere? We have a diversity with the vertical people, diversity with the horizontal people, and we certainly have a diversity in our man space. We're all part of our own man space, and we are all diverse. We're all unique. So, being a dynamic plasma relationship, we could just look at one change, a 90-degree reference change. And so now all of a sudden the transition field becomes horizontal and the transmission field becomes vertical. We still have the Earth space point within the Earth space field at the core. And we still have the energy transfer around. And so that's still in a double relationship in a soul effort, but it's a two-way street. Oh, we have a double relationship in a solo effort. We also have a double relationship involving other plasmas. So when we look at this magravity feeding dimension, where you have more coming in and more going out, and growing, if you will, as more comes in and more goes out, there's no accounting for a change in the susceptibility. If the inner core and the outer core are static, are uniform, are symmetric. If that is the case, then it's not visible. There's nothing to manifest beyond the Magravity condition. So we have to introduce this shimmering flatness. And at this point in time, we're only looking at the Earth space. We're not looking at beyond. So when we look at our universe, don't even think about beyond. But we know that our Earth space is interacting beyond. So this is more food for thought down the road. So the Earth is slightly flattened at the poles. And if we take that field and move it 90 degrees, and we compare the interaction of those two fields because they're constantly in motion. So we're saying that this perpendicular interaction are the two extreme points. So we have to imagine that there's a multitude of intermediate points. And these multitude of intermediate points creates a different field of direction. And we know that's true because when we look at the core interaction and we say we have the magnosphere in the center and we have the peace dome on the outside, and we see that we have different continents and we have different bodies of water. And these have different shapes. And it's not symmetric, which is why we have to move Australia up and over a little bit, as the Pacific Ocean is larger than the Atlantic Ocean. And so it is not symmetric. So when we're looking at this core interaction, it is because of the asymmetry here that life is possible. And as such, it's not exclusive just to our planet. Now, we choose through a barrier of plasma to discriminate what we absorb. What is not possible is to discriminate to what we emit to. And so what we interact with is discriminated by the receiver. And what the receiver then returns in kind as a feedback, we have the choice to accept or reject. So each of us has the choice to absorb. How does this work with us? Well, it means nothing anybody says or does can affect you unless you allow it. So if someone calls you a nasty word and you start crying, that's your choice. So the reality dimension is this connection. And it is only due to the asymmetric relationship of these plasma fields that we can have these characteristics. And so when we find a common denominator, then we can make that connection. And universally speaking, that connection is the carbon. But on Earth, we have a multitude of elements, and we have a multitude of people. And now we have a choice. We have a choice on how we can interact with other fields. And that involves motion. Energy is always in motion. So this is the new dynamic plasma dimension. And so when we look at the magmasphere, we find that it is not perfectly round as well. It must also be flattened. And so as it rotates, we understand that it's fluid, it is hot, it is more dense because it's gravitational, or it's dense because it's gravitational, but it's in the subbiosphere range. So therefore it's not differentiated. And that vanishing point is right in the core, and that is where the soul of the earth is, right in that core. And so what we're seeing as the earth space is really the artifacts of the overlapping fields. And so if we're looking at it from behind the sun and we're looking towards Mars, we see all of these fields in between. That is, we see the earth space, the moon space, even the satellite space. And we see the biosphere, the earth space, and the Mars space. And maybe we see some satellites and spaceships too. And they're all overlapping. And that's the point. So when we look at the soul of man, and that's the essential you, and we look at the soul of the body, and that's the surrogate you. In other words, the soul of the man is the interaction between the plasmagen state, which is the connecting state to the matter state wherever you are. And the soul of the body is the interaction between that plasmagen state and the physicality of wherever you are. In both states, we have a plasmagen state. And the connection by extension is to the physicality on the earth space. And if that is true, then the earth space has the same characteristics. And so the manifestation may be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible. But in all cases, the plasma feeding is what leads to this manifestation. And what we haven't taken enough into account of at this point in time is the emotion of presence, because it too is a form artifact of energy in motion. So we have these two plasma dimensions. One is physical and one is plasmatic. And the question is, which is the dominant matter state for you? So as we're trying to find and understand these phantom fields, we see the relationship in man space. We have two souls, two emotions, and two physicalities. In summary, it's an inner space within an inner space. So the earth space must have two physicalities. So we're going to call that the biosphere and the magosphere. And there's an interaction between these two fields, and that is the inertia field. Does the inertia field have two fields? More food for thought. But the answer, which we know when we're looking for that pie in the sky, is that we have two feeding dimensions and three feedback dimensions. Because the feedback dimension does not nullify the feeding dimension. The feeding dimension continues to feed. So the feedback dimension continues to feed back. So you start with the two feeding dimensions and you create the third dimension. And we as observers are not part of any of those three dimensions. We're in a different dimension. We're in the observer dimension. Well, that dimension also has two feeding dimensions and three feedback dimensions. So we find that we're in the man space dimension on the earth space dimension. But there's a catch. Both of those dimensions are in physicality. And so when we look at the elements on this planet, and we see that there's a grouping, copper, silver, and gold are within the same grouping. But that doesn't account for why copper is in Chile and gold is in the Far East. Not only, but just saying, there is no accounting for it. There's no physical, scientific evidence to explain it. And likewise with oil. Although oil is not an element, it is a group of oils with different characteristics, and they are present in different spots on the earth. And so when we're looking at geology and the mining, there's no accounting or justification for the positioning of any of this, and there's no discussion of the creation. But there's a huge pat in the back for being able to plunder. And the success in your plundering is based on need, supply and demand. That's not why the universe was created. That doesn't explain the Earth-space relationship with the universe. It doesn't explain cosmology. And so it opens a door for an advanced plasma industry, which recognizes the universal community interaction and the creation of the universe. As a miner, we can only find the gold. We don't know where the gold came from. We don't even know where the earth came from. And we don't care. So we see the soul of the earth is in the core of the magnosphere. And the peace dome has the soul of the body of the earth. And we know that's true because we have a physicality of the earth body. And the physical science community and the spiritual science community cannot explain it, cannot come up with an answer as to how this is done. But the plasma science can, because we look at the sequencing, and this involves the soul sequencing, which is the precursor for the physicality. So the soul of the solar system plus the soul of the sun attracts the soul of the earth. That is your first point of convergence. Now, how do we have the soul of the earth? That interacts with the soul of the sun and attracts the soul of the earth body. Now that you have a soul of the earth body, that too interacts with the soul of the sun and manifests the physicality of the earth. If the earth is manifest physically through this soul sequence, then the elements of the earth should also be manifest through the same type of sequence. What we're saying, man space has its soul sequence, earth space has its soul sequence, the elements have to have the same soul sequence. There is no justification for any deviation from that pattern. And so we see that we have artificially placed limitations on man's understanding. And so we're at the point of seeing that our advanced understanding is restricted to nuclear science, and we're going to transcend those limitations, because those limitations are bound by the speed of light in the earth space. And we find that ethics does not follow those rules. Ethics follows the laws of the universe, which involve morality, compassion, and courage. These are all part of creation. And the mining industry is not involved in creation. Well, unless you call a mess creation. So we see that the transcendence, what we're saying to heaven, we are part of that. And we're traveling at the nebulous speed. What is the nebulous speed? It is faster than Earthlight. And the Earthlight being physical and Mars being physical, then it's the same light on Mars. And so it's faster than Mars. And if Nibiru is involved in the mining of gold from this planet through their own irresponsibility of maintaining their gold reserves on their planet, and likewise there's a necessity for having gold on their planet, then their planet must be physical. And so that speed must also be faster than the Nibiru light. And so the most important thing to come away from is the notion of the advanced rays. And in our searching for outer space, we see that there's a transparency point and a manifestation point, and the connection is this reality dimension. And this reality dimension can be plasmatic or physical. And if it's physical, then it involves a materialization, such as a member of the periodic table of elements. And if we can create GANs, and if we can create a plasma energy, then we can also do a dematerialization. And so what we're looking at here is the verification and validation of man-made capability of materialization and dematerialization. And each and every one of us as knowledge seekers has been able to do that with the cups of life. Not very sophisticated, but obviously possible. And so as we increase the level of sophistication, we find that we have this biodiversity on this planet, and it has to do with the interaction of the P stone with the soul of the earth. And so the peace dome represents the soul of the earth body, and it is dynamic. It is constantly in motion. So the peace dome is the dynamic soul of the earth body, and it interacts with the earth soul. And it is what creates this biodiversity on this planet. And this biodiversity extends to the variety in the periodic table of elements. And the periodic table of elements do not explain why we have groups and how they're manifest, and do not explain what happens when we do things in combination on a plasmatic basis. So you mustn't get confused. Plundering is not an industry. We don't like to be abused. Earth is seeking freedom and emancipation from that abuse also. And so by extension, that becomes our existential crisis, where we have to harvest the plasma energy of the plasma universe, not plunder the planet. And use the excuse that we've abused another planet, and so we're seeking another planet to, shall we say, co-abuse. This is all part of energy binding, where we're stealing energy at the expense of others. And all that does is it closes the gateway to the universal community. So our pursuit of happiness ends up being a launch field failure, because man has never launched a rocket into outer space. You can't go into outer space if the morality is missing. And if the education that we have is only limited to what we can plunder. Well, I don't know how it's made, but I sure do know where to get it. And that's all that's important. That's a fallacy in our thinking. Because when we look at the proof of concept, we see that, hey, we have a preference for Earth. We preferred Earth to Mars. We didn't go to Mars. We didn't go to Nibiru either. But there's a sentimentality that's attached to Earth. And that's why we were born here. And we were born using an outer space system. No rockets. And the question is this the first part of our trip? Are we still looking to have the second part of the trip, which is to leave Earth space and complete the round trip to wherever we came from? Or maybe we just want to start a new trip and leave the Earth and go somewhere and visit as a tourist and come back on a round trip. And we're never going to be able to do that unless we understand that we are inherently peaceful and we need to act that way. And that conduct is fully within our choice. So the plasma science that we're teaching is where science meets the soul of man for peace, because peace is the prerequisite to opening the gateway to the universal community. And we know we're on the right path because we have excitable visitors that are coming in. They are coming in as tourists, not as pirates. And tourists want to visit heaven. That's why they come here. Earth is a desirable place. Fortunately for us, because it's after June the 6th, we can now make choices. And now we can choose how we travel through outer space, our understanding of inner space, and our responsibility for Earth space. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teaching on plasma science, calling all Earth space patriots. The World Peace Treaty has a huge significance for us and the universal community. So sign it with a pen and sign it with your soul, and understand that all of these actions represent overlapping fields, and the earth has overlapping fields of life with freedom from boundaries. The purpose of creation is beyond man's earth space plundering activities. So it's not just that we on our earthbound existence wants physical and emotional atmospheric transformation, earth space wants it as well. So what we're looking and learning is of the transmutation from the transparency point to the manifestation point and back. And we say the volcanoes are just part of the healing process of inner space, of the earth space. And that connects us to the nebulous point of the universal inner space of freedom. So the soul of the earth in its existence, in its activity, exposes the man-made fallacies of thought, if only we would look at it properly. This is why the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. Thank you, gang, again, for allowing me to present. I hope you enjoyed this little journey.
Thank you very much, Alex. You're very provocative in giving us all these things to think about and to understand. Usually at this point, we give Alex a minute or two to warm his tea. And we're looking through the participants list, and I usually ask if anyone's here for the first time. And I don't really see anyone here for the first time, so I guess we're going to go to questions to Alex. I see Gianni here, and I've seen him here before. He hasn't spoken in this meeting, but that's fine. Perhaps in the future he'll make a presentation for us. But thank you for your presence, Gianni. Would anyone like to ask a question about what you just heard from Alex? Are you making it simple enough for us, Alex, to ask questions? Or do you have to sort of tone it down a bit for us?
You know, in context of what the Knowledge Seekers workshops are talking about, I think I've really toned it down. I'm having trouble keeping up myself. We're moving at such a pace, but we're not alone in this space age, because there are other factors to consider. So one of the things in simplicity, what I try to deliver today is to understand that, you know, the creation of the elements is based on two plasma fields coming together. We haven't decided which two plasma fields. But if you look at the variety and the rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, the only controller on that is the barrier of absorption. And so we as humans decide what we absorb and what we don't absorb. And it is for this reason that we can act irresponsibly and immorally, because all we have to do to be successful in doing that is to disconnect our soul from our soul of the body. And when I say disconnect, I'm talking about the lines of communication. So, you know, it's like your soul is giving you instructions, but you just don't want to listen. And so you don't know what the value of life is. So somewhere along the way, you've picked up this habit, which is direct opposition to how you were born. And this is what's so confounding. To conduct yourself in Earth space and disavow that you were born, it either means that you have some kind of special way of moving around, or you're just not with the program. And the penalty is self-inflicted, with more emphasis on the self. It seems that the infliction is on all of us. And yes, we are, because we have agreed to it in so many ways, because we've wanted the choice, but we haven't really had the choice. We haven't known how to manifest that choice. And now we're awake to that possibility. And so it's causing a real dilemma, because it's upsetting. If you're in a nice warm fuzzy place, it's upsetting because it causes you to have to move. And moving is not a bad experience. That's why there are tourists. Tourists love to move around, and tourists love to go sightseeing. But we have a responsibility on this planet, and we're abdicating it. Well, that luxury of abdicating responsibility is actually over. We've come to an existential crisis point, and the pace is being accelerated because we're not the only ones dictating that pace. So this is our dilemma. So when you're asking me, am I making it simple enough, or am I making it too complicated? I'm not the one making that decision. I'm just trying to keep up with the program somehow. I'm like Fred Flintstone. I'm, moving my feet as fast as I can to get the car moving.
Anyone else would like to come in and share, ask Alex something? While you're thinking about that, I think I'm not understanding what you said about this flatness. I thought we were going from like a wheel or a four-wheeler to a spherical man or a spherical plasma. Where does this flatness come in that you were, and I probably missed it. I know you're not promoting flat Earth. You understand everything is the way the plasma spins, moves in more or less a spherical.
Well, we are slightly flattened at the poles.
Okay.
But see, when you're looking at the Earth, you're looking at the physicality of the Earth. And so we have to understand that there are two field forces that are working in the plasma state. And if they are perfectly round, then nothing will happen. They'll just go around, and you just go around and round and round. But if there is a slight flatness, then this creates different opportunities for different interactions. It is this flatness, slight flatness, that is creating this heaven on earth, this uniqueness of this planet. Well, when I say uniqueness of this planet, the qualities of this planet are unique, but I don't think it's the only planet that can be referred to as heaven. The thing is, the biodiversity is what makes it happen. And why this is important is because the stability is in the complexity. If something is so, let's look at what's happening in Germany. Your company is dependent on natural gas to provide energy to run the industry. And if that price has become prohibitive, then you close the industry. And this is why you're seeing the mass exodus of industry from Germany.
Yes, I
is
was just hearing that. Was it BASF? But what was that large company? And they make
that was,
all, yeah,
yep, 8,000 employees.
but they make all kinds of things. And apparently
Yeah.
the supply line is really going to get jammed up over there, not only for fertilizer, but all kinds of products that are made there that are needed in certain other manufacturing processes are coming to a halt or
So you can
curtailed.
see that the diversity of this industry is diminishing. And so therefore it becomes even less stable. And you know, the less stable it is, the more chaotic it will be. And it will be chaotic because along with that industry is employment. So, you know, not everybody has a ton of money in the bank to be able to, you know, pay the rent or the mortgage. They depend on their salaries. So this is definitely going to have an impact. But if you're an industry like BASF and you're paying $2.2 billion, well, that sounds like a lot of money. You know, they're a big industry. Well, it is a lot of money. But what's outstanding is the fact that that's $2 billion more than what it was last year. They were only paying 200 million, and I can't imagine that as a fuel bill, but it's two
I
billion
can't either.
dollars less. It's $2 billion differential is enough for them to build a factory in China, and they say, well, you know what? We're in the business of making money, so we're packing up our bags, Martha, and we're heading east.
And since they're so connected to the government apparatus and the others there, you would think they would know that this technology is on the table. But apparently, even at their position, which normally he said the industrialists choose the politicians. In a way, you would think they would say, gee, do we have to move all the way to China? Can't we just accept this energy technology, keep everything here, keep the jobs here, and move ahead?
Well, no, no, not really, because you see, all the industry is physical. And what we're introducing is the plasma aspect of it. So all the solutions that you see on YouTube that are coming out are basically desperate measures. So my comment on that is that it's not 1970, it's 2022. And if it were 1970, all of these new technological advancements would be extremely desirable, you know. So we are able to provide fuel at a, you know, a much more reasonable price, and we are able to produce large quantities of it. But we can't do it within a week. It's going to take time to do that. But anyway, the point being is that the methods and capabilities in the physical science are there. But if we'd have used it 50 years ago, like I say, we could have been very excited. Now it becomes a desperate measure, but you know, like the poor man says, you know, it's a dollar short and a day late. Anyway, the thing is that we're offering a plasma solution, and that has different kinds of ramifications. So that industry is in jeopardy in some of the things that they do. In fact, all the industries are in jeopardy of something that they do. We're not talking about, you know, the Keshe Foundation against all the industries. We're talking about entering into the outer space age, where the plasma science is the science of how the earth has been created. And it follows the universal rules, the universal laws. So over the years, we have imposed man-made laws and man-made rules. And so some have prospered and others have suffered. And that's not following the universal rules. And so that's where the problem lies. And for the people who are prospering at the expense of others, they don't see the value. And so they're willing to trade gold for money. And you find that that's one of the acceptable currencies of transaction. The other three, of course, being weapons and sex trafficking and drugs. Those are the five interchangeable currencies. But clearly, you know, if if you have gold, why would you want to trade that for money unless you have no choice? This is where our value system is all upside down. If we come to the realization that we don't need gold because we can produce it, that alone, pardon the pun, is earth shaking.
Sounds golden.
Well, it is golden when you consider that, you know, let's say, you know, 98% of the population is, would be benefiting. And that's the point. So it's up to the knowledge seekers to assume their responsibility and for us to understand that, you know, we came to heaven on earth for a purpose, and we're not alone on this. And so when we look at whether we came here and we are an inferior species, oh, wait a second. Wait a second. You know, an inferior species with respect to outer space, maybe, but maybe being able to come into the physicality is an advanced feature. Maybe we're the ones, you know, we are the space idols. You know, you want to be an American Idol? Maybe we're the space idols. Maybe the universal community wants to be part of the Earth space. You know, maybe the universal community is jealous of us. And they say, well, you know,
Envious, I think, was the word
yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Keshe used.
envious. Yeah. So we would love to come there, but it's just like it's you know, it's like the Wild West, unfortunately, you know. There's no safety. And let's face it, if you want to be an American Idol, you understand that there are how should we say, concessions to be made. So it's not all, you know,
Mhm.
honey and sugar.
So when we see the, oh, go ahead, Alex. If you have
No, yeah, over to you.
Okay. Well, he said the team that's working in the manufacturing will be joining the universal community sooner than we will be joining the universal community. Does that mean they're going to stay in their shape they are now as a man, but understanding the ethos and perhaps traveling with the soul, they automatically become part of the, I mean, could we have this whole planet full of people, but yet at the same time be part of the universal community? We don't have to change into another shape or
No, no, we
dimension.
don't. No, we don't. That becomes a choice. You see, that's the thing. We haven't known that we've had choices. You know, it's like you go to the restaurant. What would you like? You know, so well, you know, what's the choice? Well, okay, this is a Chinese restaurant, so you know, beef burgers are out. You know, it's just that we have choices, and it'd be like going to a Chinese restaurant, being able to order a beef burger. You know, I'm just using that as an analogy.
Sure.
The the point is that if you're coming to this class on Sunday and your time is valuable, my time is valuable. So you ask yourself, why am I here? And if you understand that if you're participating in that process, you automatically absorb that kind of exchange of energy. You automatically absorb that plasmatic energy, and it percolates right to your soul. It changes you. So if you say, well, why are you doing these classes? And this is the thing that, I ask, why don't we have more teachers? We have very good teachers, but only a few of them. Why don't we have many more teachers? Because I have to tell you that I cannot teach this class without getting a benefit. It's shall we say, physically impossible. I
Agree.
have to I have to think about it in order to make the class. And what I choose to do is I choose to have a presentation prepared so that pictures are worth, 1,000 words. And I'm trying to convey thoughts through words, trying to convey thoughts through pictures, and then as such, create a construct in your mind. And then based on your space, your position, your field strength, and your acceptance to absorb, it
So
would affect
maybe
you.
that's part of you becoming part of the universal community. He said we need to become constructive members of the universal community. And while you teach, you become enlightened.
Well, exactly, because I'm at the point, I've confessed this so many times, where this is beyond my learning. So when we look into outer space and we say, oh, you know what, there's no church and there's no bank and there's no coffee shop. Well, there's no school either. So and it's not the school of hard knocks. It's a school. It's a school about life. And so what you said at the beginning of today's presentation with respect to the recording of all of our actions and misdeeds on this planet, it isn't a recording of our misdeeds, it's a recording of our actions, which happen to be misdeeds. So it gives us a chance to assess this. And the judge, of course, will be the soul, because we're at the point now where we can effectively connect the soul to the soul of the body. It's not that it's disconnected, it's dysfunctional. It is one soul not recognizing the other soul. And this is true. It's true, because the soul is your friend, is your best friend, and will never lie and cheat to you. Okay? Because I mean, just imagine the silliness if it did. Imagine if your soul played tricks on you. So, yeah, So, there you go. You go into a poker game and you've got the strongest hand with four aces, and your soul plays a little trick on you, right? And changes one of the aces to a deuce, and suddenly you lose the hand, and you say, "Well, wait a second. I had a winning hand. Now I've lost. Oh, my own soul cheated me? Well, it's bad enough. I'm at a poker game with a band of crooks, and people want to take my money, and my own soul deceived me. Is that possible? Is that realistic? Is that how the universe works? Well,
I
no.
thought the deuce is always wild.
Yeah, but the physical manifestation always trumps the Joker.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make any sense. And so, in the absence of this technology, one would be extremely depressed, and rightly so, because the current status of this Earth is in a really depressed state. And the media, of course, is helping us believe that. So that is a proof. There's a physicality and there's an emotional context. That's two field strengths, and these two field strengths are interacting. And then we have a basic soul and a soul of the body. Well, that's four field strengths, and they're interacting. And there's no limit, okay? Because the only limit is the barrier of the plasma. So if the creator is emitting and he's not, you know, when you look at someone who says, oh, I need to be saved and God will save me, and someone comes around and says, well, I have a lifeboat, I've come to save you. No, that's okay, thanks, God will save me. Do you think God, with, let's just say, 8 billion souls on this planet, has the time for your little frivolous escapade? I mean, like, logistically speaking, it's not that he doesn't want to, he doesn't have the time. So what does he do? He broadcasts. And I say he, I don't know. Okay. He, she, it doesn't matter. It's the creator, and it's benevolent, and it delivers and broadcasts to everyone. And it doesn't discriminate in that regard. We discriminate what we absorb. And so if you open yourself up to the universe, to the possibilities of the universe, and understand that if we're looking at the three levels, mental, emotional, and physical, and you shut off the mental, which is connected to your soul, well, you've just shut off an enormous percentage of the vastness of creation. And you've just told the universe to shut up. You're already at a disadvantage, and now you've locked yourself in. So this point of view becomes obvious with the need to change. Don't go from the physicality up, go from the soul down, because you're already then in a higher energy state. And the key point is that this higher energy state is several orders of magnitude greater. And the energy transfer is likewise several orders of magnitude greater. So when we install the new spaceships, they, through their complexity, will individually have strong field strengths. Collectively, will have a field strength that will interact with the Earth space field strength, which has an inherent desire for the expression of freedom.
Thank you, Alex. Who else would like to come in and open up a topic or share your understanding of what we've been listening to from Alex or from the workshop? Or another subject that's related to the plasma technology. We are so fortunate that we found this, because it's not written in any of man's books other than Mr. Keshe's 3 books, his papers, his videos. But you could have read 1,000,000 books and never discover any of this knowledge whatsoever, or maybe a part of it, but not put together a more complete understanding like we're trying to get to. So this is just a phenomenal place to be. Most advanced technology ever seen in the universe, on this planet or in the universe. So we're very privileged to be here, talk about it, wonder about it, be part of it, bringing the change. So it's a very special place that we're all in.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to carry on talking.
Yes.
What we need to understand is that there's a consistency. So when we look at the physical science, when we come to a T intersection, and we have to decide to go to left and right. We say, well, what's the criteria for deciding which way to go? And the answer is, I don't know. See, that's not acceptable. So there has to be a ways and means to decide which way to go. And at the very desperate state, well, go left. And when you get to the broken bridge, turn back and you better go right. So, and do it that way. But there has to be some way to know. And so this is where you get this knowing by connection. And this knowing by connection comes from a consistency. So it sets a pattern, and you follow that pattern, and you see that consistency, and you see there's a reliability. And you compare that reliability to our physical existence, and you say, wow, what a difference. Uh, Disappointment is probably one of the most reliable things that we get on this planet. And that's not a desirable thing. So consistency and a reward for that consistency, a benefit, these are all desirable things. So what I'm alluding to is, first of all, with respect to the Keshe Foundation, everything that Mr. Keshe has said has been very, very consistent. So a theory is a theory only until it's disproven, and only has to be disproven once. And the emphasis is on never. The Keshe science has never been disproven, and so that is um, the biggest hurdle that a lot of people have, because it segregates us from the other theories. The other theories crash and burn multiple times, and people keep propping them up and forgetting that they don't work. And this consistency is very important. And so let's watch where this consistency happens in other areas. And so I think a lot of you are familiar with a medium. A medium is able to, communicate with another soul. And one of the most famous ones, of course, is Edgar Cayce. And one of the outstanding features of his work has been that he did 5,000 meditations in his lifetime. And there were crossovers where people from different walks of life would have connections to, and let's just say it's like a previous life or a past life. And the thing is that there was never any inconsistencies. There weren't inconsistencies with the dress, the date, the ground, the physicality, the environment. So there was always a confirmation, but from a different point of view. And all the people, the 5,000 people that he did a séance for, they didn't all come because they were all connected. They came from a variety of places, just like the people coming at the Lynch Center, coming into the space reactor. And so you see the case where you have the husband and wife, over 40 years together, but they're not soul connected. So this is the duration of your connection is not the answer. So there has to be a deeper connection. And so the point I'm getting at is that Edgar Cayce was consistent. There was no inconsistency. You never seen that, one person, and when they talked about a reference to a certain activity, that they were out of sync with the date or the dress code or just the mannerisms of the people there. And I had a personal experience like that as well, and it is so directly tied into the historical basis. And this was going back to 1207, so it's 2022. So this was pretty amazing to me. And at that point in time, I thought that was something special, but it's nothing special. It just we understand that the Earth rotates around the sun, and so every day is a day, and then the next day is another day, and so there's a continuity. And then we find that there's another case, like with Helena Blavatsky, and she was a medium as well, but she had a little nasty personality, and so I was reading about her with the purpose to understand mediums. And what it finally came to the conclusion was that actually she wasn't a medium, she was a medium large. And she was not only a disgusting personality, but she was clueless with respect to what she was doing. And so what she interpreted was her capability of being a medium to be as some kind of special capability. And it is a special capability if you're looking at compared to the average person, but it's not special. It's an added skill. But she used that as a feeling of superiority, and she abused that. And so I don't want to go into that anymore. But what I'm just saying is that just because there are a variety of mediums out there, they themselves don't necessarily have a depth of understanding. And then you get into another one like Ruth Montgomery, and what she finds out is how the souls react as couples and through near-death experiences. And what's consistent about that? Exactly with the plasma teaching that Mr. Keshe is bringing out. And so you refer to the three books that we constantly, as knowledge seekers, refer to, but there are other books, and they will be released in due course at the appropriate time, because we're already rocking the boat, and we don't want to rock the planet. So we need to go a little bit more gracefully, how we're allowed. But as I say, we're not the only people who are controlling the narrative. And so the rate of change is what needs to be discussed. And it needs to be done in a graceful and coordinated manner and a consistent manner. And so one of the reasons that I've been around the foundation since 2015 is because of this consistency. And what attracted me to the foundation, and I made my decision within the first 5 minutes. And you say, well, how can you make that decision in the first 5 minutes? And the reason for it is because this type of consistency that we're talking about is so different from any pretend consistency that the physical science community has, or the spiritual science community has. You can see inconsistencies all over the place. And anytime there's an inconsistency, then there's an attempt to cover it up or to sweep it under the carpet, or just say, well, you know what, we don't know yet, and we have so much to learn. And yeah, well, you know what? The way we are right now, our lifespan is X. And when you look at the books in the library, you need 100X to read all the books in the library. So you have to discriminate which books you read. And so this is where the knowing by connection comes in. We can connect and learn at a higher rate, and we can grow at a higher rate. And this is what the plasma science is allowing us to do. And once you understand that, then it becomes confounding when you keep going back to the same old thing. And for me, I had this exposure over 30 years ago. And so when I see people who are bringing technologies forward which are 50 and 70 years old, and I'm saying, hey, wait a second, we're not teenagers anymore. Like, let's get with the program. So our advancement is limited by our willingness. Am I still on? Yeah. Our advancement is limited by
Yes.
our willingness to accept the change. And so we have to ask ourselves, what is holding us back from accepting that change? And when we find that we are in the process of losing something, then we have to put a value on that, what we're losing. And if we're losing our ignorance, well, bring it on. That's the, so the conclusion is this. In the absence of a better solution, you do what you have. But in the presence of a better solution, you drop what you're doing and you pick up the new solution. And it's no big deal. It's no big deal. You're walking down the street and buddy comes by with a car and he rolls down the window and says, "Hey, would you like a ride?" If it's your friend, yeah, you're going to take a ride. So if it's unconditional, you're in safety. You're not worried about it. But if you're worried about it, okay, well then you have to think about it. And so you look for other solutions. Well, we're in the point where over 200 people have gone into outer space. They've gone safely, they've come back safely. And this was not a gamble. This was a lead pipe cinch. The plasma science is a proven technology. And we all proved it because we were all born. And we just have to accept that. And once we look at that and compare that to our education, then the regret will set in and say, well, what was I doing for all those years in school? I learned a lot, but I didn't learn what I needed to learn. And that is how life works. And so in my case, I was introduced at the age of 40. And I had a lot of regret because that's 40 years I was in a cloud of stupidity, cloud of ignorance. So that regret is the wrong emotion because I did what I could at the time with what I knew. And once I knew something better, then I changed. And so you can't have regret over there. That's part of the process. And you were forced to make a decision. You had to make a choice. And so the choices I made were on things that I valued: the education system, the science, the professionalism, the authority, the government, the rules, all of which are man-made, and they are in opposition to the universal law. And once I was introduced to the universal law, all the dominoes fell. All the dominoes. There were no incongruities. It was consistent. So if this, then that, if this, then that, if this, then that. And it all followed beautifully. And so since I've been with the Keshe Foundation, there have been no inconsistencies. And now there have been very pleasant surprises. And we're seeing that those people who are resisting this change are doing so at their own peril. And, our job is done. We've told them. And now it's past June the 6th. And now we have a new job. Thanks.
Okay, would someone else like to come in? Even though I do have a couple other things I'd like to bring up, I'd like to hear some interactions from others. Again, your choice.
Well, Mark, I'd like to bring up the fact that I did do some research for a mining company here in Canada. They didn't care what it cost. Money was no object. If it would bring them a milligram of some new element or any element, they'd spend the money. At the same time, they didn't care about pollution or anything. And what I learned, the mining industry is the most polluting industry in the world, bar none. bar none. So the thing with the Keshe technology, it's natural. It's based upon the universe. And these companies, they just simply cannot think outside the box. They are so structured in their systems of what they do, how they do it. And it's been like that for many, many years. So it's going to take a little bit of time to change the minds and hearts of these people. But what we have to do is just realize that we're all in this together, and keep spraying the plasma, work with the fields. And, you know, when you walk into a room, a lot of people, sometimes it's better just to put the energy out there and let the energy do the work rather than spout things off, because sometimes you get into a conversation and then a few minutes later you realize, oh, I shouldn't have done this. I'm talking to a tree that's died. And sometimes trees have more information to share than some humans, but respect that that's their choice. So we have to also respect the choice of the universe. We're all here to do a particular thing. And to me, it's the sharing of the information. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Randy, for opening your mic. And again, Alex, back to this father and two sons who you reference, Anu and his two sons. You would think if they traveled across the universe, that one of the first things Mr. Keshe introduced to us after the nano was the Kansas. So you would think, being a universal, if that's even true, which I don't think it's true, they were never introduced to creating matter from fields.
Exactly. So Helena Blavatsky had this skill and she abused it. And so the sensation of this book exposes that characteristic. They had this skill to be able to travel from one planet to the other, which we are just in our infancy. So they are more advanced in that, but they're not advanced in the plasma science.
Yeah, it wouldn't seem
So
like that's the ethos of the universe, to take material from one planet and ship it somewhere else. It just doesn't.
which
It's
they
man.
depend on. Yeah, but they depend on this. Their premise, if the story is true, their premise is that they need the gold to shield them from the radiation on their planet. They convert the gold into a gold shield around their planet. Okay, so that's the premise. Not going to discuss the merits of the premise, just saying
Okay.
that's the premise. And they come to Earth and they plunder the Earth to take it over there. Well, you know what? So many questions. Well, why don't you leave that planet and come to our planet where we don't have to shield ourselves from all of that? Okay. Or, if you're so advanced, well, why can't you, be more civilized and preserve the gold that you have? Or, there's got to be another solution other than, going to rob your neighbor. And are we neighbors? Say, hey, neighbor, I like your furniture. I'm going to take it, because my kids are tearing up my furniture, so I need your furniture. Well, why don't you, get it from somewhere else, or why don't you take more care of it? Oh, no, that's not the discussion. The discussion is I can come here and I can take it. I have better technology, so I'm superior. Boom, disqualification. Okay? Not 5 minutes in the penalty box. It's a total disqualification. You're out of here. You are not an advanced civilization. If you have that kind of misconduct, you have that kind of physical limitation, uh, and you have that kind of abuse. So it's a nice story, but you know what? You're not an advanced race. There is an aspect that separates them from us beyond their ability to travel between the planets, and we'll discuss that later. because it ties in and will really be relevant a few classes down the road. But other than that, they are not advanced. And so, in order for them to be called advanced, we, because it's our point of view, have to admit that we're inferior. And I'm here and now saying that, you know what, you're not inferior, because at least we have the awareness that we have problems. And so we're trying to correct them. You are stuck in your paradigm.
Right. Who would like to come in here? Anyone? We want to give an opportunity to everyone. They all have microphones. I hear someone, and I
Laughing.
tell that giggle.
Yeah. They use a physical way or dimensional way. They can come to our earth and take the gold. I think so. They use dimensional way, right?
No, it's physical. They
So
have to
if
physically carry the gold.
if they carry the gold physical way, that means they are not God. Why should we? A lot of people
Hallelujah. And that's it. Very, very well said.
A few days ago, I saw interview, like a long old interview. The man name is Leo Zagami. So he was Illuminati. So right now he came from the Illuminati and write down few books. And then I saw his interview. So a lot of people after that interview, hearing that interview, I get confused. Lot of high power people who is not, right now is good position in the earth. Those people do those kinds of stuff like ritual stuff and those kinds of stuff. I don't want to explain that, but you understand what I'm talking about.
Yes.
So they want somebody to come their body like a podest. Somebody came from lower dimension. They want that, and because of that, all kinds of those bad thing is happening because of those. Why people want those kinds of bad podest thing in their body? What is the reason? No, what kinds of good they do?
May I answer? So
Yeah.
they desire more energy, and in that process they get it. What they don't realize is they're not getting the the first class. It's a lower class of energy. It's a lower field strength, and in that process they are harming others, and they don't care because they themselves, their diminishment or their deficiency is brought about because of their disconnect of their soul from the soul of the body. So they're operating exclusively on a physical and the soul of the body basis. And as such, they are deriving the energy by the same way, and they're discounting anything they get from their soul. So what they're getting is a supplementation, and they think that's okay. But they're ignorant of the penalties that are going along with that. So, you brought up an example, and I brought up an example, and they're basically of the same school of thought. They feel that they have this specialized knowledge, and as such, that makes them special and advanced, or superior, and so they play that way. It's a role that they see, and so they assume the role. There is no prerequisite for them to assume that role, because they already have a role, because they were born to this planet like you and I. So you know, where does that, you know, come from? Where does that feeling of superiority come from? It's a man-made construct, and they made it, and they go along with it, and that's why.
They don't understand their lowest of the lowest. Oh my God.
Well, you can only do that because the conscience will guide you. And so if you're disconnected from your soul, then you know you can't be insulted, and you know you can't feel you don't have a loss of compassion because you don't have compassion in the first place. And if you don't have compassion for your fellow man, then you won't have compassion for your family either, or vice versa. If you have no compassion for your family, guaranteed you have no compassion for your family man. So it's rape and pillage, at the nearest bus stop. You know, there's one down, one next in line. Who's next? And so you become a predator, and this is how they operate. They see no problem with it, and there are a lot of schools of thought that actually teach that as a way of life, and they feel how shall we say exalted through it. But if you look at the universe and how it operates, I mean, really look at it, you cannot possibly come with any other conclusion. So, but that involves honesty. That involves, being, you know,
Compassion.
yeah, but also removing the denial aspect of it. The living in denial is a huge psychological barrier. And again, that is a man-made thing. So one of the things that we're able to do now, because we was it September 22nd when we got into the transmutation, we are now able to communicate directly on a soul level. So a lot of people may confuse this with some kind of controlling mechanism. It's not that. It's a connection mechanism. It's a communicating mechanism. And as the creator does, he broadcasts, and you, as the receiver, discriminate whether or not you want to absorb it. And so people make their choices, and they live their consequences. And I think all of us have the examples in life that are showing us the way. We just have to then implement them and incorporate them into our way of life. Plasma science is not something that you think about and then experiment with. What we're talking about is a way of life. And when you talk about a way of life, that's every second, every minute of every day. And it's not something that is difficult to do. It is more difficult to put up a barrier than it is to absorb. So,
Yes.
you can go to the library and read any book, and then it takes effort to put that book down. When you look at that book and you say, oh my God, I feel so sorry for the tree that was sacrificed in the printing of this book. And then you look through the library and you say, oh my God, I feel so sorry for the forest that was sacrificed for the printing of so many books. But the sacrifice of the forest for those books is really to help different souls find out. It's hard sometimes to find out what is right. It is much easier to examine what you have and decide if it's right or wrong. And sometimes those books, which are wrong, help you decide. You say, oh, you know what? This author, the subject matter here, is so off target, so off base, so corrupt, so misguided. Let's just do a 180-degree turn and we'll be on the right path. And invariably, that's exactly what happens. And so when you look at physical science and spiritual science, they refuse to do that 180-degree turn. They keep looking at the same place and they say, well, I can't find it. I can't find the answer. And then they keep looking in the same place and say, well, you know what? Why don't you just turn around and go to the other corner and look over there? You might find what you're looking for. Well, I say, oh, no, 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 no. I'm not paid to find it. I'm only paid to look for it. And they say, oh my God, we've entered the world of stupid. And that's what we're suffering from. So the rule of thumb is the universal law is to teach us about life, and life is for learning. And so that is part of creation. And so you have a choice. Do you want peace and prosperity, or do we continue this miserable existence on this planet that too many of us are experiencing?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great point you brought up.
Anyone else want to come in? What about these plasma ray, cosmic rays, cosmic fields? I'm thinking they're not plasmas. Mr. Keshe, when he gave the example of you take a few plasmas and a few plasmas will make a physics, and 2 or 3 physics will make a chemistry, and a few chemistries will make a biology. But where did those plasmas come from that initially started to make the physics? They had to come from the fields or the rays, correct? So when we're talking about cosmic rays, cosmic fields, and we heard everything is a plasma, is a ray a plasma?
So this is one of the problems, and we saw it right off the bat when we talk about matter state, and we had to differentiate between the plasma matter and the physical matter. So the rays are the same, viruses are the same, the physicality is the same, the elements are the same. So there is a plasma oxygen, there's a physical oxygen. There's a plasma hydrogen, there's a physical hydrogen. So the thing about these cosmic rays is that they go beyond the boundaries of our, physical visibility. So, we need an expensive telescope to be able to see the source of some of these cosmic rays. And maybe one day we'll have one. But the thing is that if they're in a different dimension, then they would be non-visible to us, because that dimension could be in a plasma dimension. That would mean it would be at a higher energy state.
I was going to say, I mentioned to Rick in the reactor group, I've never heard Mr. Keshe mention telescope in any of his teachings. And sure enough, this teaching, because he's not looking into space to gain knowledge, but he was saying now when we look through our telescopes and we can see the different colors or some of these pictures in these, let's say, nurseries of stars and things, he mentioned the telescope, and you can see the gases and the ganses and the magnetic field strength. So
as form artifacts, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
As form artifacts, they have already, they're in the post manifestation state.
Sure, you can see the lights,
right,
in these gas clouds, and almost like the amino acids in the little lights that we've seen there under the microscope.
Yeah, so if you understand the rules of energy and motion, then you can see the substructure which constructs this. And what you have to take into account is that it's not one plasma behind it. Things work in combination. So it would be a minimum of two plasmas interacting, and what you see is the form artifact of the plasma field interaction.
There is lots we can see, but we can feel sometimes, right?
But we have to depend on that, right? Because we have different senses, so we need to, utilize these other senses. And they're not, excess baggage. They're there for a purpose, and they can be used. So when you use these in context together, you say you have an education, and then you have a feeling, and so now you have something to an interpretation. And then when you know more, and you say, well, my fields of reference have changed. Well, guess what? So has your viewpoint then. And that's the process of learning.
Yes, that is happening to me.
Well, trust me, you're not alone.
Yeah, I just we're not alone. Yeah, a
But
lot
we
of us
haven't,
happening.
but yeah, but we have an advantage, you see, because we're making an effort. And so the reward, and this is one of the things that's most important for me when I come here on Sundays. There has to be a reward, and there has to be an advancement. So the way you determine that is to say, well, if I didn't make an advancement, then what's the alternative? Well, the alternative is to repeat what I said last week. Well, I repeat what I said last week in context and for the benefit of continuity, but it's not 100% repetition, but there's a progression. And so there has to be this progression. That's the reward. And that's what life is learning all about. So what's the difference between yesterday and today? You have more than you had yesterday. It's automatic. You don't have to do anything physically. What you have physically is the product, the form artifact of the manifestation of the benefit of those field interactions. And you have to think in that way. You have to think in that way. It
Yes,
just changes the way you conduct yourself with other people, and it changes the way you do business, and also it changes the way you sleep, because one of the reasons people have trouble when they go to sleep is because they're unsettled. They can't go to a place of refuge because they don't know where that is. They don't have a peace point. You have to have that peace within you. You have to have that confidence in the creator, because if you don't, then what you're left with is the collective disappointment that we all feel every time we look at the news, or you know you make plans and you get disappointed. Well, the creator has made plans, and those plans are communicated through your soul, and your soul is your best friend and your guide. And if you had plans, which may be a physical thought process, and your soul says otherwise, what are you going to do? You're going to cut off your soul? You're going to say, well, you obviously are in a position to know better than I do as a physical being. And so I thank you for that. And I respect that. And so let me see what happens as a result of that. And you'll be pleasantly surprised. You'll be pleasantly surprised because your soul will always guide you in the proper way. It's an amazing process. We were talking about auras earlier on, and just want to carry on for a minute here. The colors of the auras, are an expression of your emotion as well, and so you have a natural emission aura, which is the soul of your body that is emitting, but it's colorized by your interaction with the environment. And so someone who has an opportunity to, or has a skill to be clairvoyant, can see these different colors and then can learn what and interpret what they mean. And so you find that people who exhibit certain colors, they're liars. And then you find certain people who exhibit a different color. They are in a physical first environment. In other words, get out of their way, because they are they're worse than a bull in a china shop. They are bound and determined with their physicality, and they have no forgiveness in them. So you just need to step out of the way and let them pass through. So this becomes a way of protecting yourself, and it's a valuable way to protect yourself. And why not? It's your physicality, it's your body, and it's made in your image, and your soul is guiding you, and that's your friend. And in the end, you have no other friends. You have acquaintances. You have soul travelers. You have people who have common interests, and they have common interests now. Maybe in the future they don't have a common interest anymore. So what I'm banking on, of course, is our common interest in Earth. And I'm banking on that because we were all born here, which means we made a decision. We made a choice. And now we can make other choices. So this is a benefit, an advancement, a plus point. It's great times. Over to you,
Yes, we
Mark.
should be very happy. We've discovered something that people have searched for their whole lives and never really found in this knowledge. Even though we don't understand the totality yet, we're understanding something beyond what the others. And of course, that's just for us to be able to share it and not keep it, of course, for ourselves. Gianni sent me a couple of videos, and I just noticed them in the chat. I don't know, is Gianni still here? Is it something he wanted to share, or perhaps for a future time? We would need a translator. So John, you would have to open your mic, I think, if Gianni's going to come in, if that's okay with you, Alex.
Yeah, so just let me thank everybody for allowing me to present today. And I hope you enjoyed today's session. And I'll just withdraw in the background, and you carry on, Mark. I'll be here if you need
Well,
me.
again, I'm just asking. I'm not sure if this is, I wasn't aware of anything till just a bit ago. And I've got so many screens open, I can't figure out where I am here. John, are you here with us? John Wells? He could be helping others, but we would need a translator. And perhaps we can share that in the following week. Gianni, is that anything you wanted to open up today, or maybe another time? I know it's late.
Bye, Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hello.
Maybe another time.
Okay, I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. We'll collect those. Thank you, Gianni. Okay, is there anyone else who wanted to add anything else? I don't see Mr. Keshe here today, but I'm sure he's always doing something, or he's here definitely on the soul level. We don't see him here in the matter state. As I said last week, he has this uncanny ability to stay a step or two ahead of us, Alex.
Well, when you're operating on a higher energy level, it's easy to stay ahead of people.
Okay, if no one else wants to come in here and add something, especially about the cosmic rays. This is the new way. Again, he said he's starting to get into the structure, the cosmic rays, as well as the structure and about the universal community. So this is the way he's been leading us in the last several weeks. And I guess there'll be more to that coming forward. Yes? Alex, did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm just
No problem.
happy to hear what you're commenting on, because it's an extremely important point. The advancement in the science can't wait for the rest of the, you know, earthbound community, to catch up. And the universal community already has an advantage over us, is because they're already operating on an ethical basis. So I think what it boils down to is the connection, the communication, and the advancements in being able to enjoy the fruits, shall we say, of the earth. We have a unique position. This is an amazing thing to say, actually, because the see, the focal point is the earth. It's not just our focal
You
point.
mean the center of the universe?
No, not the universe, just the focal point.
Yeah.
No, listen, if you have two eyes and you're focusing on something, is that in the center of your brain? Your soul is in the center, right?
Yes.
So your focal point is what you're looking at. No, I'm in a way, I'm jesting you a little bit, but it's an important point. It's an important point to differentiate. The universe is focusing on the earth, because the earth is kind of the linchpin between the two realities, if you will. The man-made is the universal law. And the thing about it is that the universal law is being hindered in its progress. And so I find this a little bit surprising, because if you have the advanced capability, you should be able to overcome that. But let's look at the powerful people on this planet. They have the wherewithal, but they don't have the capability. That's strange. And if that is really the case, then the power is a figment of not just their imagination, but our imagination. It's like I mentioned several years back, and it came to my mind again. The third wealthiest man in France died with $14 billion in the bank. Well, if you have $14 billion, that translates into 14,000 universal body enhancement units. And that translates into, you don't know what the value of money is because you accumulate it more than what you need. And then what? You put it in the bank. You might as well throw it in the garbage. It's the same thing. You're just not using it. So what's the benefit? And the universal community, you have what you need and you don't need any more. So if you have money and you don't know what to do with it, you put it in the bank. That's the man-made rule.
Well, one
Think about
thing,
how stupid
yeah.
that is.
yeah, one thing I think I'm coming to understand, I was always thinking we'd have to change into something else to be part of the universal community. But I think we'll just appear as ourselves. I mean, with the correct ethos and understanding and everything, but man will appear as a man. I know Mr. Keshe said if we go into space, we would change. We would even change on this planet, depending on the energies taken. But it doesn't seem, it seems like we're going to be as humans in a way, but still part of the, maybe just when we're here on this planet, but still part of the universal community. So we're joining with them. I don't think we would change our shape unless, again, we wanted to go somewhere else and manifest somewhere else. But I
Yeah,
think,
the environment plays a big deal in that regard. But on the soul level, you are you. That's a universal characteristic.
but interestingly, I'm just thinking that we can appear as we are now, but still be members of the universal community if we're here on
Absolutely.
this planet.
Absolutely.
I was thinking we may have to change shapes or do something else, but now humans will be part of the universal community.
Well, here's an interesting point. So we have universal community members already on Earth, and they have taken up a human form.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where they come from, is that the form that they have? I mean, I don't know. It's just a question.
No, they're just hiding in the clothes of a man, the same way Mr. Keshe is. And it's
Can I
not
say
only
something?
Well,
it's not only a man, it's a tree, it's a plant, it's a cat, it's a tomato. Go ahead. Alex first, or did you finish?
no,
Sorry,
no,
Alex.
Selena, go ahead, Selena.
Okay, thank you. My feelings is like a radio band or TV channel. If you like consciousness is different level, if you are meditating or sometime you are feeling love, seeing flowers or like those kinds of stuff, or those are different level, right? Emotional level is different, right?
Right.
So that level, different level, we are in different people. So we can reach them, we can connect them, like those kinds of band. If we can go, then we can reach. And then our all emotion connects something or some level. So I feel that way. So they're not in same body. Maybe they are in different body, and maybe without body or something else. Sometimes I see few things, so I don't get explanation, but I see small like vision, so I understand a little bit. So I feel that way. It's like different layer, which level you connect. that time you are in that level and you are connecting those people.
So that's an excellent point you bring up, Selena, because it's the rules are the same, but the energy level is different. So when you're saying, you know,
Yes, yeah.
right? So what we
Yes,
feel and what they feel, it follows the same rules. So there's no inferiority or superiority, in other words, as a result of that. How's that, Mark?
That's nice. I think
Hi.
Diane wanted to add something here. Thank you, Diane, for interacting with us.
It's just something that came up that I experienced, and
Exactly.
my son.
This is these
My
little,
son,
yep.
yeah, he experienced, like, I was just an ordinary day. I was folding laundry. He was about maybe he's around 6, 7, maybe 5, and I don't know when he told me, like it was just after, but he thought I saw what he saw, and he explained it to me. Then he saw this form like a person, but it was like marble, like that's what he must have, I can't remember the word exactly, and there was a spiral, a rainbow spiral shape in the middle, and like he appeared, and Joey, he thought I had saw this guy too, but I didn't, and I don't know. That's about it for the story. I don't know what it was, what he saw, or what happened, or what.
Well,
Okay,
this
that's
is
all.
what Mr. Keshe is saying. You're going to feel presences. You may see things, but more likely you'll feel presence and be able to interact with their soul. This is what I think we're going into, where you'll be able to interact with all the different souls, even the soul of the copper, let's say, or things you would think are inanimate. The stone, the tree
Yeah,
is not, obviously, but I think we're moving to the level, as he said with Solomon, where he could communicate with the birds or other things on the soul level. So this
Yeah,
is where we'll be aware of everyone and everything.
yeah. I didn't, like, it wasn't a reaction between me and this entity or whatever. It was my son, and I don't know what it was, but I guess it was just somebody beaming in, or to see what was happening. I don't know.
No,
We'll
but you brought up
probably have more of these experiences as time goes on. Go ahead, Alex, sorry.
well, Diane brought up another important point here, and the age is significant. So 5, 6, 7, that's just before, you know, kindergarten or school, and it's been proven that the learning of language is actually kills a lot of brain cells. So the physical movement of the mouth and the articulating of the words actually is taxing on the brain. Whereas when we work at a higher level, that becomes more, shall we say, brain friendly. And so your son at that age had that capability, and it was a natural thing, and there was no resistance on his part because he doesn't know any better. So he just seen it and he reported to you, and you didn't see it because you've lost that edge. And frankly, all of us have lost that edge, and it just has to do with you know, with our you know, living process, though the way we conduct ourselves in our society. So this is why I'm saying, this is why I went back with the proof of concept, and I said, you know what, we were born, and we were born somehow, and if you don't want to explain it, or you can't explain it, you can't deny it. So you know, you can't live in denials. Oh, you know, I wasn't born. Well, you know, you're here. So you can't deny that. And this becomes the proof of concept. And what's difficult with the physical science, of course, is that they need proof of concept, and they do this through physical verification and physical validation. And when you're dealing with the plasma science, that becomes impossible. So you have to go on other things. and this is where the resistance comes in. So, you know, what Diane experienced was a perfectly natural reaction. And, you know, if we could get back into teaching the kids about plasma science without having to worry about malicious people hanging around, you know, the sooner we do that, we will see a tremendous uptick in that, because they are not, how should we say it, overburdened with adult deficiencies. Over to you, Mark, and thanks, Dan.
Yes, and this dovetails very nice into the final video I'd like to play, which is the Mr. Keshe's message to humanity. Let's see. Nikolai has a question for Alex. Can you expand on the reason why and how our emotions are easier to transmute than physical objects? I experienced this in the systems when I received the heat of the Arizona sun on my face. It was clear and obvious as if I was there. But sending a Twix or a cookie across the planet didn't occur in the physicality. I did, however, perceive my friends' higher selves or energy selves appear and accept the cookies in the energetic state. Would you like me to read that again, Alex?
No, I'm very good. That's a terrific
Okay.
question. And again, it boils down to this dichotomy. Well, you know what? I should have pulled up that slide. It ends up with the dichotomy that we have with respect to the emotion. So you are a very physical, very capable, very athletic person, and you are flippin' lazy. So what's going to get you to move? And that will be the emotion. And so why is that? And that is simply because the emotion working at a higher level, right? That's the big deal there. And it's not physical. And that's one of the reasons it works at a higher level. But it is directly connected to the emotion. I mean,
Nikolai
sorry,
says
it's directly connected. The emotion.
Mhm. Nikolai says he's sorry he can't talk at the moment. It's nearly midnight in Europe, and I'm staying on the floor of my friend's place. So I think he has to be sleeping at this time. Thank you,
Yeah.
Nikolai, for your question. Jefferson has also put something in here. Hello, everyone. Maybe it will add and help about studies of plasma. The new website of KF Brazil that is under construction. It has, among other informations and teachings, a very powerful tool to find Mr. Keshe's teachings through single words in both Portuguese and or English language. It goes to a written summary where you can find it and in which teaching it is, so we can review that. And he gives the keshbrazil.wordpress.com. You can download the PDF. You can, Knowledge Seekers All-in-One is a list of all transcripts in one file, and so on and so forth. This is a temporary website we put together to help us organize all this massive information about plasma science. In the future, it probably won't be needed because everything will be under the main KF website. Thank you, Jefferson, and thank all the Brazilian beautiful team for all the work they're doing and elevating all of us. It's beautiful to hear the testimonials as we've heard the last number of weeks.
Yeah, and yes, thanks, Jefferson. And you can see the benefit that we're getting as more and more people are contributing. You know, it just makes the load a lot easier to carry. And you know, every new knowledge seeker that decides to contribute something, they only have to carry a little bit, and so it's added to. And as we add more and more, we become more capable, and we become much stronger. And as a result, each of us then individually becomes stronger. You can't be part of the process without getting a benefit. You cannot exclude the benefit. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to go there and, I'll be there, but I'm going to sleep through class. You can sleep through class, but you will still get a benefit because, again, because the emotion works at a higher state and has that duality between the physical and the soul. And the soul, well, the soul hears everything. Yeah. So
Exactly. I can testify to that.
testify.
I mean, the falling asleep in class.
Yeah, but you still learn. Now, tell me something, Mark. Just a personal little aside here. This was a problem for me sometimes, especially when we were getting into advanced teachings, and just not just with Mr. Keshe, but with others. And so I asked that question, and the answer was we were kind of like a computer. Okay, so our eyes were not involved in the listening. It's like someone says, well, I'm talking to you, look at me. Well, you know what? I don't listen with my eyes, I listen with my ears, right? And so actually we don't listen with our ears, we listen with our soul. And so this is the whole point, because the soul is the precursor for the physicality of the vocalization of the words and everything, right? You have to formulate the thought before you can transmit the thought, so the thought goes faster. So you don't need your eyes, you don't need to be awake. So yes, you can. And so the funny aspect of the story, of course, is that I would listen to this repeatedly on tape, on a recording. And wouldn't you know it, I fall asleep at the exact same time every time. And I finally gave up, and I just moved on to the next class. And he said, "Oh yeah, I know that," and but I don't remember hearing it because I was asleep. So
Yes, I know someone who, when they have a conversation with another person, they don't look at them because they just want to hear what they're saying or feel what they're saying rather than have their eyes interfere by seeing images.
right.
So again, Nikolai responds, when we look at our emotional states of being, we often feel better, quote unquote. We are in these heightened states of being able to give and receive from that feedback, of teaching and learning and all the rest. I'd like to ask any and all knowledge seekers to use the emotional level to send their feelings and wishes, because it is far more powerful or effective. Love you all. Thank you, Nikolai.
Well said. Thank you.
When you don't see or hear, there is different emotion,
Yes.
and you will feel more than see and hear. There is
Yep,
another level.
This is where we're being asked to move to.
Yes.
To really move into that energy dimension, let's say.
I think I am in that place in my whole life.
Sure. No question.
Yeah, I feel people watching me, nearby me, but I don't see, and they don't talk, but I feel them.
Right. And we were listening to the fourth Kids Knowledge Seekers workshop this week in one of the classes. And Mr. Keshe says the eyes, the nose, the mouth, that's all in the front of the brain. He said we need to move. We all have this zero time communication ability, but we have to move back to the back of the brain where that control center exists. Apparently, the physicality, the smell, the sight, the touch, the taste is all in the front of the brain, but yet this zero-time communication system is located in the back of the brain.
But
And
it is scary
scary?
if you don't know. It is scary.
But we are knowing.
Now I,
Yeah.
now I know. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to play the message to humanity, which I said, what Diane said, she saw a flash or her son saw things. I think Mr. Keshe says here, we're going to be seeing many of these craft in the skies and so on as they're coming here for this party that Stefania also referring to many times for the party to begin. And as he said, we have to prepare many, many things, just like a regular party, to be sure everything is set properly. We haven't played this one in a while, but we're going to play it now. I think it's probably around the 5-minute mark, 5 minutes, and then I'll play the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end. Anyone else would like to share anything?
Thanks, everybody. Wonderful day.
As Mr. Keshe said, it's not him anymore, it's all of us. But we're certainly glad to have Mr. Keshe at the helm. Okay, Nikolai again, he's doing a lot of typing over there in Europe. I am beginning to understand more and more what MTK meant when he says that the experience doesn't begin when you decide to come to Linz, but rather once you leave. The small interactions in our lives have ever greater meaning. Then he says, no more coincidences. Yes, I agree. We like to chalk things up to coincidences, but now we know as we test and we work with this understanding, it's not a coincidence anymore. And we're developing it. Thank you all for being here. Of course, we have many classes coming up this week. I think on Tuesday is the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace with the Universal Council. Wednesday is the Reactor Group. The Wishes for Peace and Elevation with the Brazilian team, Wednesday at 6 p.m. Knowledge Seekers Workshop again on Thursday. And then, of course, the Brazilian meeting on Friday. And there's many more other language community public meetings that you can attend, and you'll find those, as I understand it, on the social medias. Dennis says much thanks to all with the praying hands. Okay, so let me play the message to humanity. This is from 2020, but it may have been earlier than that. I'm not exactly sure. This is a 6.5-minute video, which we've all heard before, but it's, again, we're going back to some of the earlier teachings, even though this is not one of them, but it's all connected. It's all relevant. It's all part of the understanding the totality. So thank you all for being here and bringing the change to this planet that's sorely needed, let's say. Okay, let's make sure I'm sharing. Yes. And we'll start it here. Hopefully it starts. There we go.
Now we have opened what I call the final stages of man to understand. Now you have to understand, you have no choice. It needs a lot of understanding, it needs a lot of positioning, it needs There is a celebration going on. A lot of you will report massive number of UFOs in huge numbers. It's not one or two anymore. It's just like a party, let's all go there and there is a traffic jam. You will see those happening in the coming weeks. There is a big party going on this planet. Man has not seen it, do not understand. In a way, without you knowing, you go to out shopping and you come home, the party is set, and then you have a surprise. In a way, mankind is waiting for that surprise, but there are few steps to be taken. The universal what they call universal community has already laid out the party. And to lay the party, you need to bring a lot of things ready, a lot of souls. All friends are coming back. You will see a new transformation on the skies and in the skies of this planet very, very soon. We changed the whole structure as of last week, and we brought a new dimension. You will see it, you will feel it. And this situation with Corona, this actually would have happened because the soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community. And it's a solution for man to find himself in, to elevate himself. This is a universal council teaching. This is what we call one nation, one planet, one race. And in so many ways, we have made one of you, but we have joined you to be one of the totality. It's a birthday party. And those who are organizing the party, it's just, 9 months and so many days, the child is born and you get everything ready for the party of the birth. That's what's happening. For the coming weeks, you will see more and more activities in a very strange way, in a huge numbers. And some of them, they are single souls who left this planet thousands of years ago. They're coming back. They're coming back to welcome the new child. These lights you see in the skies, which will appear as single and in hundreds of thousands to come, many of them, they are not UFOs. They are the souls who left this planet and come back. They know it's the time to celebrate. But mankind is blind. And no radar can see the soul. If the radars could see the soul, every day millions of people who die and get born, why don't the radars don't show? The souls leave. Now we see the soul return. You see the light, and mankind has joined us. You have no choice. We have left you no more choice. We left it to you lot for some millions of years, and you did nothing but just mess it up more and more. And now it's just, it's the next step, next evolution. But how far, how much, to what extent mankind is ready for it is a question for the man to ask himself. You come here to learn a cup, you learn this, you learn that, but you're so blind you don't see what is in truth there behind. The reality is, and this is the question I asked yesterday as well, is the soul of the man as a man as totality ready for this transformation?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.